Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. My father was a hunter. He was also a mason and owned his own business, which meant he stayed busy and carried himself with a certain pride. He always wore his mason ring, always polished his boots every Sunday evening, and never missed dinner at the table unless there was an emergency or a hunt. He believed in rules, in routine, in earning everything you get. One of his biggest rules was that I had to keep my grades up or I couldn't go hunting with him. He called hunting a man's reward, and that phrase stuck with me for most of my life. Growing up, I learned every lesson he ever gave me. How to skin a deer without wasting meat, how to sharpen a knife properly, how to track animals by the way they disturbed the leaves or broke branches, how to move without making a sound. But there was one lesson he never got to finish teaching me. It was a Tuesday night, early November. I was 12 years old. I still remember sitting at the kitchen table, finishing a worksheet for math class when my dad came in from his workshop out back. He smelled like sawdust and oil. His boots left dry flakes of mud on the kitchen tile. He didn't say much, just looked over my shoulder to see what I was doing, then said quietly, "Get your gear ready. We're going hunting tomorrow." At first, I didn't say anything. It didn't register. Hunting on a Wednesday? That didn't make sense. I had school. He always said school came first. I looked up at him and almost asked, "Why?" But I didn't. I just nodded and said, "Okay." He walked away and left a trail of sawdust behind. That night, as I packed my gear, I felt something I couldn't explain. A pressure in my stomach, not quite fear but close. My fingers were cold, even though the house was warm. I told myself I was just excited or maybe nervous. I didn't like hunting. That was the truth. I never told my dad that. I hated the waiting, the cold, the sound of animals dying, the mess. But I loved being around him, watching the way he moved, the calm way he did things. He always seemed so sure of himself. I couldn't sleep that night. I lay in bed and kept thinking about weird little things. How quiet he had been. How he kissed my mom goodnight, but this time he held her for longer than usual. I even noticed that when he turned off the light in the hallway, I didn't see his mason ring shining under the bulb like I usually did. I didn't see it at all. Morning came, and it was still pitch dark. My alarm didn't go off, but I was already awake. My dad was in the kitchen, drinking coffee. He had made scrambled eggs, toast, and bacon. I wasn't hungry, but I ate it anyway. He barely said anything, and neither did I. I just kept asking myself, why are we doing this? Why today? We loaded up the truck. I brought my shotgun, but he carried his older 12 gauge. He said it was good luck. I remember how quiet it was in the truck as we drove. No radio, just the hum of the tires on the road and the occasional chirp of the tires when the pavement turned to gravel. We drove for over an hour into a place I didn't recognize at first. It wasn't the usual public hunting land. I asked him where we were, and he said, "I rented an acre of private land this time. Just us. No one else to get in the way." The air was cold and dry, and I remember how I could see my breath even inside the truck. The sky was still dark, a dull gray. The kind of darkness that hangs on just before sunrise. My dad got out and started pulling gear from the back. Decoys, shotguns, ammo, waders. I stepped out and felt the chill run up my spine. We had to walk a ways to get to the spot. It was half swamp, half marsh. Water was covered in a thin sheet of ice. My dad walked in front and used his boots to break the ice as we moved through. I tried to step where he stepped, but my legs were shorter and my waders filled with cold water at one point when I misstepped. It felt like it took forever to reach the levee. By then, the sun was just starting to crack the sky open. Pale blue and orange light spilled across the horizon. We didn't have time to get to the duck blind, so we stopped where we were. My dad set up quickly, pulling decoys from his bag and placing them in the water. I stood back, watching the sky. Birds were starting to move. I could see the first few flocks flying out of their hiding places, cutting across the sky like arrows. He started shooting. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed across the water. I watched him reload fast and shoot again. One bird dropped, hit the water with a slap, and he pointed at it. I didn't want to go, but I didn't say anything. I turned around, ready to wade in and fetch it. Then I heard the shot. It wasn't like the others. It didn't echo the same. It sounded sharp, quick. I turned around and saw him running, stumbling toward me. His shotgun was on the ground behind him. He was holding his coat closed with one hand, clutching his chest. He didn't scream. He just looked surprised, like he didn't understand what had happened. I ran to him. He dropped to his knees, then fell sideways. I tried to roll him onto his back. His hands were shaking. There was blood on his fingers. His lips moved, but nothing came out. I kept saying his name, but he didn't answer. His eyes were open, but not really looking at me. I didn't know what to do. I was 12. I'd never seen someone hurt like that. My whole body started shaking. I wanted to yell, scream, cry, but nothing came out. I sat there for a second, and then I got up and ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran. The trees blurred past me. My waders slapped against my legs, and the cold water inside them made my feet feel like blocks of ice. My lungs were burning. I must have run for an hour, maybe more. I saw a man in the distance, a hunter with a big orange vest. I grabbed his arm and tried to tell him what happened, but I couldn't get the words out right. I just pulled on his sleeve and pointed. We both started moving. He told me to yell if I found my dad, and he'd go the other way and meet me there. I ran and ran, but nothing looked right anymore. Every stump, every bush looked the same. I was lost. My chest was hurting. I couldn't breathe right. My legs gave out. I hit the ground, and everything went dark. When I woke up, the sun was high in the sky. I thought I was dreaming. The sky was too blue, the trees too quiet. Then I heard the sound of a helicopter. I stood up and ran toward the sound. My legs felt like rubber. I ran until I reached a clearing where there was a cabin and some trucks parked out front. A sheriff was talking to someone. I stumbled toward them, and someone grabbed me by the shoulders and asked if I was okay. I told them who I was. Their eyes changed. The sheriff brought me to a cruiser and made me sit in the front seat. He kept asking questions, over and over. How did it happen? Where were you standing? Did you see anyone else? I kept saying I didn't know. I didn't see anything. I didn't understand what happened. He brought me to the hospital. I sat in the waiting room for a long time. Nurses walked by. People whispered. A vending machine hummed in the corner. I felt cold and tired. My hands were numb. Then my uncle walked in. The doctor met him in the hallway, and they spoke quietly. I couldn't hear what they said, but I could see the doctor's face. It was the kind of face people make when they're about to say something bad. My uncle looked over and waved me to come on. We didn't talk on the drive. I looked out the window, and that's when I knew. I knew my dad was gone. The next few days were a blur. People came to the house. Family, friends, everyone brought food. They said the same things over and over. So sorry. He was a good man. Such a tragedy. The sheriff came by again. He said it might have been a stray bullet from another hunter, even though my dad said we had the whole place to ourselves. They never found out who did it. No charges. Nothing. The funeral was quiet. Closed casket. My mom cried more than I'd ever seen. My uncle held my hand through most of it. Life moved on. But I didn't. Not really. Years passed. I grew up, went to college, got a job, got married, had kids, lived my life. But not one night passed where I didn't dream about that day. Sometimes it was the shot. Sometimes it was his eyes. Sometimes it was me running and never finding him. I would wake up sweating, gasping for air, heart pounding like it was still happening. I never went hunting again. I still have his mason ring. They found it in the glove box of his truck. My mom gave it to me when I turned 18. I keep it in a drawer, in a small box with his initials carved on it. I'm 60 now. The nightmares haven't stopped. I see doctors. I take pills. Some nights are better than others. But I remember everything. Every second of that morning. The crunch of the ice, the sound of birds, the way the light hit the trees, the shock on his face. Some pain never leaves. You just learn how to carry it. I live in a small condo near a lagoon. It's the kind of place where, during the day, you can hear birds chirping and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. It's peaceful, but when the sun sets, the streets become quiet and the area feels like a ghost town. It's not a big neighborhood. It's a holiday condo complex, so people only come on weekends or during the holidays. That means most of the time, it's just me and a few other permanent residents, which are few and far between. The atmosphere shifts after dark, almost like the place is waiting for something. On a particular night when I was around 16, my friends and I had gathered at one of our houses, just doing what we usually do, playing board games, watching movies, and just hanging out. It was an ordinary evening, nothing out of the ordinary. But the night was beginning to stretch on, and by the time I decided to head home, it was already around 3 or 4 in the morning. I'd been at my friend's place for a while, and my parents were expecting me back, so I figured it was time to leave. My condo is at the very end of the street. It's one of those places where you walk past a couple of other houses before you reach the last one. The streets are dimly lit by old street lamps that flicker now and then, and after a certain hour, you're usually the only one out there. It's a little unsettling sometimes, walking back home when the world around you feels so empty. That night, the air was cool, and the street was almost silent. I couldn't hear much, just the faint sound of my shoes on the pavement as I walked along. When I was 2 houses away from my place, something strange happened. I heard a voice. It wasn't a loud shout, but more of a soft calling sound, almost like someone whispering from far away. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, or maybe someone in one of the nearby condos. But as I continued walking, I heard it again. It wasn't just the voice, though. Along with it, there was this other noise, something deep, almost like a growl or a rumble, but not from any animal I could recognize. It was like the sound of something big, heavy, moving through the bushes. It wasn't a dog barking, a cat meowing, or any bird call I'd ever heard. I stopped walking, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. The air seemed to shift around me, and I felt a strange pressure in my chest, like something was lurking in the shadows. The voice called out again, but this time, the rumbling noise was louder, closer. It was almost as if something was out there, watching me. I wasn't sure if I should turn around or keep walking, but I didn't want to show fear. I told myself it was probably just some animal I hadn't seen before. Still, something about it felt wrong, unsettling. Then, for a third time, I heard it. The voice again, faint and distant, followed by that strange noise, a deep growl, more like the sound of an animal moving through the underbrush, or even something larger. My instincts kicked in. I turned around and ran. I didn't care how crazy I must have looked. I wasn't sticking around to find out what that sound was. My feet pounded the pavement, my breath coming out in quick bursts as I sprinted towards the safety of my condo. The noise faded as I ran, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching. I finally made it back to my condo, still a little out of breath. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. My heart was racing, and I could still hear that strange rumbling noise echoing in my mind. I stood there in the living room for a few minutes, trying to calm down. I didn't know if I was being paranoid, or if there really was something out there. The next day, I told my friends about it. They all just laughed it off, saying it was probably just an animal, or maybe someone playing a prank. But I didn't think it was a prank. I've lived in that neighborhood long enough to know that people don't go wandering around at that hour. And even if they did, I didn't think anyone would make those kinds of noises. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. For the next few days, I kept thinking about it. I even walked the route again, just to see if I could find anything that would explain what had happened. But everything was quiet. The streets were empty, and there were no signs of any animals or people. It was as if the whole event had been a figment of my imagination, a trick of the mind in the dead of night. But deep down, I knew what I heard. It wasn't just in my head. Over time, I tried to forget about it, pushing the memory to the back of my mind. But every now and then, when the night was particularly quiet, I would hear something, a faint sound in the distance that would make my heart race. I never heard the voice or the strange rumbling again, but the memory of it stayed with me, a reminder of that one night when something unexplainable happened. As the weeks passed, I became more cautious walking home at night. I'd make sure to stick to the more populated areas and avoid the quieter, darker parts of the neighborhood. But the thing that stuck with me the most wasn't the sound or even the fear that followed me that night. It was the feeling that something was out there, something that didn't belong. It was like the world around me had shifted, and I was no longer in control of my own safety. To this day, I've never figured out what that noise was or what was making it. Maybe it was just an animal, maybe something larger than I expected, or maybe it was a prank from someone who knew the area. But I don't believe that's the case. I don't think it was a prank or a simple animal noise. It was too strange, too unnerving, and I haven't heard anything like it again since. Sometimes, when I'm walking home late at night, I can't help but feel a little on edge, listening for that strange noise again, but it never comes. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, or maybe it's something else entirely. All I know for sure is that I've never felt completely safe walking alone at night since that night, and I don't think I ever will again. That experience didn't just change how I walk home, it changed how I look at the world around me. You can live in a place for years and think you know it inside and out, but there are always things lurking in the shadows that you don't understand. You can hear noises you can't explain, see things you can't explain, and sometimes you just have to accept that you'll never know what really happened that night. Maybe that's the scariest part of all, living with the uncertainty of it, not knowing what was truly out there, waiting in the darkness. I wasn't prepared for what I found that morning. It was one of those typical days where I didn't have much on my plate. I was living with my best friend, Daniel, and his wife, Sarah. They were more like family to me than roommates. I'd been in and out of their place for years, crashing on their couch or spending evenings talking late into the night over beers. Daniel and I had known each other since high school, and even though life had taken us in different directions, we'd always stayed close. We'd lived together a few times before, so it wasn't unusual for me to pop over to their apartment unannounced. That day, Sarah was out of town. She was visiting her family for the weekend, and I guess I had sort of assumed that it would be a quiet couple of days at home for Daniel. I'd texted him a few times, but he hadn't responded. That was a little weird. He always responded, even if it was just with a quick thumbs up or something. He and I had plans to grab lunch, but when he didn't answer his phone by midday, I thought maybe he'd just been sleeping in or got caught up in something. He wasn't the kind of guy who would skip out without letting me know. So, after waiting another hour and hearing nothing, I decided to go check on him. I grabbed my keys, a sense of unease already creeping in for reasons I couldn't place. It was an off feeling, like something was wrong even though I couldn't put my finger on it. I tried texting him one more time as I drove over. No response. I had a bad feeling that this wasn't like him. When I arrived at the apartment, it was oddly quiet. No sign of movement, no noise from inside. I knocked on the door, and when there was no answer, I let myself in, the door unlocked as usual. The apartment looked the same, slightly messy, but that was normal for them. Daniel was never a neat freak, and Sarah didn't mind the clutter much either. It was home. I walked through the kitchen, expecting to see him in there, maybe making a sandwich or something, but there was no sign of him. I called out his name. Dan? My voice echoed back, but there was no reply. I walked into the living room, my heart starting to beat a little faster now. Something didn't feel right, and I couldn't explain why. The living room looked the same too. His shoes were kicked off by the couch. His usual spot on the couch was empty, the blanket he always used draped across the back. I moved into the room further, glancing around. Then I saw him. He was kneeling in front of the couch, his body sort of slouched over with his arms folded in front of him. His head rested on top of his arms like he'd just fallen asleep. I stood there for a second, blinking in confusion. I thought he was just passed out from being hungover, or maybe just really tired from work. But something felt off, like I couldn't shake the sensation that this wasn't just a nap. Dan, I said again, this time walking toward him. I wasn't loud, but I was hopeful that he would wake up. Maybe he was just in a deep sleep. But there was no answer. I knelt down next to him and gently placed my hand on his shoulder, shaking it lightly. My heart pounded in my chest, and my stomach twisted. The second my hand made contact with his cold skin, I knew. I knew before I even saw his face that something was horribly wrong. He was cold. Not just a little cold, but unnaturally cold. It was like his body temperature had dropped far below what it should have been. He wasn't breathing. I could tell that the second I touched him, but it was the coldness that hit me hardest. It felt like the life had been drained from him. I pulled my hand back like I'd been burned, my heart slamming against my ribcage. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Maybe he was just really hungover or had gotten sick, anything to explain the unnatural coldness of his body. But there was nothing that could explain the icy sensation spreading through me as I stared at him. I don't know how long I stood there, but the realization finally hit me. He wasn't asleep. He wasn't just passed out. He was gone. I dropped down to the floor beside him, pushing him carefully onto his back. I didn't know what I was doing. It was like my body was acting on autopilot. I knew I had to do something. CPR. That's what you're supposed to do. right? I didn't know if it would work. I didn't know if I could even make it work. But I had to try. I pressed my hands into his chest, trying to give him chest compressions. But the moment I started moving him, I could feel it. This wasn't going to work. I knew that deep in my gut. His body was already too far gone. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. There was no life behind them. It was like he was frozen in that moment, caught in an empty stare. His skin was pale, almost gray. I stopped. There was no point in continuing. I didn't know what to do next. I stood up, stumbling back a step, looking around as if expecting someone to burst through the door and tell me everything was fine. But there was no one. It was just me and Daniel in that room. I don't know why I didn't call the police immediately, but I think I was in shock. It felt like the room was spinning, like I couldn't focus on anything. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what had happened. I thought back over the last few days, trying to remember anything out of the ordinary. But there was nothing. He had been his usual self, making jokes, talking about the future, the plans he had. I finally managed to pull myself together enough to call 911. My hands were shaking as I dialed, and I could barely get the words out. I had to tell them what I had found. I had to tell them that my best friend, the guy who had been there for me through everything, was dead. When the police arrived, they took over. I stepped back, my body still in a daze, feeling like I was detached from everything around me. They confirmed what I already knew. Daniel had passed away, most likely from a heart attack. He was only 39 years old, younger than me, younger than anyone would expect to go like that. The officer told me later that he had probably been dead for a few hours before I found him. His body hadn't stiffened up yet, so it wasn't like he had died just minutes before I walked in. It felt like an eternity, but in that moment, time didn't matter. What mattered was that I had found him, and I had been the one to see him like that. I couldn't get the image of him kneeling in front of the couch out of my head. It haunted me for days. The way his body had been so still, like a puppet with its strings cut. I kept asking myself if there was something I could have done. If I had gone over sooner, would I have been able to save him? If I had picked up the phone one more time, would he have picked up? Would it have made a difference? But there's no way to answer those questions. All I can do now is carry the weight of that memory. The memory of walking into that room, thinking everything was normal, and realizing too late that everything had already changed. I think about him every day. I think about his family, Sarah, who had no idea what was coming. They had just built a life together, and now it was gone. She never got to say goodbye, and I never got to tell him how much he meant to me. But there's something else I've learned since that day. Life is fragile. It can end without warning. And we can't control when it happens, but we can control how we live. We can control how we treat the people around us, the ones who matter. I won't ever forget Daniel. He'll always be a part of me, and I'll carry that with me for the rest of my life. The apartment feels empty without him, like a piece of my world has been taken away. But I've learned to keep going. I have to. Life goes on, even when it feels impossible. And we just have to keep moving forward, no matter how much it hurts. I live with my mother in a rather large house, just the two of us. It's a place I've grown attached to, but sometimes it feels too big for just the two of us. The house is old, with creaky floors and thick walls that seem to whisper in the night. We've lived here for years, and though I've gotten used to the quiet, there's always a sense of unease that lingers, especially late at night, when the house feels more alive than ever. It was a typical night, or so I thought. The clock on my nightstand glowed a dim 3 a.m. when I woke up. I had no particular reason for it, but something had tugged me from my sleep. At first, I thought I'd been dreaming, but then I heard it again, a faint, muffled sound coming from the hallway outside my room. It took me a moment to register it, and when I did, my stomach dropped. It was crying, a soft, sorrowful sobbing. It was coming from my mother's room. I froze, my heart pounding. My first instinct was to get up, to check on her. But something made me pause. The sobs were quiet, almost deliberate in their softness, like she didn't want to wake me. I strained to hear, my ears pressing against the pillow, hoping it was just some strange, emotional moment. But then I heard it more clearly, her voice, breaking through the sobs. "Please go away," she whispered. I couldn't tell if she was talking to someone, or if it was just a cry of frustration. It didn't matter. The pit in my stomach deepened. That wasn't right. My mother wasn't the type to cry out like that, especially in the middle of the night. I remained completely still, my body frozen in fear. I listened harder, hoping it was just a bad dream, hoping I could roll over and go back to sleep. But then I heard them, male voices, low and muffled, speaking in harsh whispers. My blood ran cold. I knew immediately what was happening. A home invasion. The realization hit me like a slap to the face, but I couldn't move. My mind was racing, my body shaking. What should I do? Should I go out there and confront them? I didn't even have anything to protect myself, no weapon, no plan. It would be suicide. My mother, though she was in danger, was in the other room, completely alone, vulnerable. I felt like I was suffocating. I could hear their voices clearer now, and one of them was laughing, a low, sick chuckle that made my blood run cold. My heart was pounding so loudly in my ears that I couldn't even hear what they were saying anymore. I had to make a decision. Fast. I could either go out there, unarmed, and confront these men. But that was foolish. It would almost certainly make things worse. I would be putting my life, and my mother's, at even greater risk. The second option was to escape through my window and run to the neighbors. It meant leaving my mother behind, but it also meant I could get help. I could alert the authorities. I could save us both. I hesitated. I couldn't make the decision. My mind raced through every possible scenario, and I felt paralyzed by the fear that gripped me. But I knew deep down I had no choice. I had to get help. It wasn't even a matter of being brave. It was about doing what was necessary. So, I decided to leave my room. The second I moved, my pulse quickened. Every creak of the floor beneath my feet felt like a shout in the night. I had to be quiet. I had to be fast. I slowly pushed my door open, the hinges creaking in protest. I held my breath, straining to hear if they noticed. The sobs from my mother had stopped, replaced with a tense silence. The men were talking again, but this time, I couldn't make out the words. I moved toward the window. The floor was cold beneath my bare feet, and I winced every time I accidentally stepped on a loose floorboard. I reached the window and slowly opened it, praying that no one would hear the soft hiss of the mechanism. Outside, it was pitch black. The only light came from the pale moonlight streaming through the trees. I could see the edge of our backyard, the woods beyond it, but nothing seemed out of place. I paused for a second, unsure if I was making the right choice. But then, through the darkness, I saw a car. The headlights shone briefly, just enough for me to make out a figure standing near the back of the car. He was looking straight at me. My breath caught in my throat. He had seen me. My heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, I thought I might pass out. But I couldn't stay there. I couldn't risk them coming for me. I had to get to the neighbors. I didn't wait. I pushed myself out of the window, landing on the ground below with a soft thud. The cold night air bit at my skin as I sprinted for the nearest house. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to run faster, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence. The car engine roared to life just as I was halfway across the yard, and I heard the tires screeching as the car sped down the driveway. The fear in my chest was overpowering, but I kept running. I had to reach the neighbors. I had to warn them. As I neared their house, I saw the porch light flick on, and I pounded on the door, frantic, desperate. The neighbor, a middle-aged man who had always been kind to us, opened the door, startled by my panicked state. "Call the police," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. "They're in our house. Call them now." The man didn't hesitate. He rushed back inside, grabbed the phone, and dialed 911 while I stood there, trying to calm down. My mind was still racing, replaying the scene in my head over and over. I felt guilty, sick to my stomach, but there was no time to second-guess myself. I had done the only thing I could do. Minutes later, sirens wailed in the distance. I could see the flashing lights through the trees. The neighbor's wife appeared at the door, her face pale with concern. "What happened?" she asked, her voice shaking. "They're gone," I said, barely able to speak. "I saw them leave. I think I scared them off." She nodded, not saying anything else. The police arrived soon after, and I watched as they stormed our house, guns drawn. I stood outside, waiting for news, unable to shake the feeling of dread that clung to me. The officers searched the house, and I could see them talking to my mother, who had been locked in her room. She was shaken, but unharmed. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but it was quickly followed by guilt. I had left her. I had left my mother alone. I hadn't been brave enough to protect her, to stay and confront the intruders. I kept replaying the moment in my mind, wondering if I could have done more, if I could have made a different decision. The police told us later that the men had been caught, and it was clear they had been planning the break-in for a while. They had likely intended to rob us, maybe even worse, but they didn't get the chance. They had run off when I alerted the neighbors, and they didn't come back. Even though nothing happened to my mother, I still feel terrible. The guilt haunts me. I think about what would have happened if I had stayed and tried to confront them. What if they had hurt her? What if I had made the wrong choice? But deep down, I know I made the right call. I saved us. I kept her safe. And that's all that matters. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, checking the locks on the doors, and making sure every window was secure. I was scared, yes, but also grateful. Grateful that my mother was still here, that she was okay. But there's a part of me that will always wonder. What if I had been braver? What if I hadn't left her behind? The question gnaws at me, but I try to push it aside. I did what I had to do, and in the end, we were both safe. The weekend started like any other. A couple of my buddies and I decided we needed a break from our routine, something outdoorsy to reset and recharge. A rock climbing trip, something that promised a combination of adventure and a bit of physical challenge, seemed perfect. We had been talking about it for months, but with work, life, and the usual distractions, it was now or never. We packed our gear, grabbed the essentials, and set off that Friday afternoon. The drive took about 4 hours, winding through narrow, tree-lined roads until we reached the cabins nestled in the mountains, near the base of the climbing cliffs we'd be tackling. The air up there was crisp, a welcome change from the stagnant heat back home. I felt the coolness hit my lungs as soon as we stepped out of the car. It smelled like pine and earth, that fresh mountain air that felt like it could clear your head, even if just for a moment. The cabins were rustic, made of aged wood that had weathered through many winters. It was exactly what we needed, a simple, quiet place to crash after our climb. But even as I stepped out of the car, there was something off. It wasn't major, just a small discomfort deep in my stomach. At first, I thought it was nothing more than some cramps. Maybe it was from eating too much junk food during the drive. I brushed it off, telling myself it was just the stress of the long drive catching up with me. I wasn't about to let it ruin the weekend. We unloaded our bags and set up inside. The cabin's fireplace had a stack of firewood, and it didn't take long to get the fire going. The flickering flames cast a warm glow around the room, and soon the chilly mountain air was replaced by the cozy heat from the fire. We had a dinner of pre-made sandwiches and snacks, washed down with some beers. The night wore on, and we sat around, chatting and laughing, the fire crackling as we relaxed. But through it all, my stomach kept nagging me. It wasn't anything severe, just an annoying ache that would come and go. I wasn't one to complain, so I kept it to myself. It wasn't like I could just up and leave anyway. The others seemed fine, and I figured I could power through whatever it was. As the night went on, they all started to drift off to bed, one by one. It was getting late, and I wasn't quite ready to sleep yet. The discomfort in my stomach had me tossing and turning a little, but it wasn't unbearable as long as I stayed up and kept moving around. I decided to stay up a bit longer, hoping the feeling would pass. The house was quiet now, the only sounds the occasional crack of the fire and the wind rustling through the trees outside. The lights were low, and the only illumination in the cabin came from the flickering flames. It felt good, but also kind of eerie in a way, like the kind of silence that made you feel like you were the only one in the world. After a while, I felt like I needed to use the bathroom. It was a simple thing, just a quick trip down the hall. The bathroom had an old-school feel to it, with a wooden door that creaked when you opened it. I shut the door behind me and did my business. The pain in my stomach had been steadily worsening, and I figured I'd be in there for a few minutes, just hoping to relieve whatever it was. About 5 minutes in, I heard it. A thump. It wasn't a loud sound, but it was enough to pull me out of my thoughts. I sat there, trying to make sense of it, listening closely. My mind immediately started running through possible explanations. Maybe it was just the house settling, or perhaps one of the others had knocked something over. But it didn't sound like that. It was a solid thump, heavy enough to be something substantial. I sat there for another minute, still unsure. The noise didn't repeat, and everything went back to silence. But then, after about 2 or 3 minutes, I heard it again, a thump, followed by something more like a scrape. My heart started to beat a little faster. I had no clue what it could be. The house was quiet. The others were all asleep, and I didn't hear any voices. Still, something didn't feel right. I felt my stomach tighten, not from the pain this time, but from a creeping sense of unease that I couldn't shake off. Suddenly, it hit me. I wasn't imagining things. The thumping wasn't in my head. It was real. And I realized, with a horrible jolt, what had happened. The fire in the living room had been left with the door slightly ajar. One of the logs had shifted or rolled out of place, and when it fell, it had knocked the door open. The ember that had fallen out must have rolled onto the rug. Panic surged through me. My stomach twisted in a new, horrifying way. I fumbled with my pants, desperately pulling them up, but my mind was already racing. There wasn't a moment to lose. I burst out of the bathroom, scrambling to make my way to the living room. My heart was in my throat as I saw it. The entire room was filling with smoke. The flames from the rogue log had caught the edge of the rug, and the smoke was curling up toward the ceiling, thick and suffocating. For a second, everything felt surreal. I didn't think. I just moved. I grabbed the log with both hands, feeling the heat bite into my skin as I shoved it back into the fireplace. The smoke stung my eyes, but I didn't stop. I could feel the room growing warmer with every second, the smoke thickening as it swirled around the room. I managed to get the log back in place, and I rushed to open the windows to let the smoke out. The house smelled like burnt wood now, and I could hear the crackling fire still simmering in the hearth. My hands were shaking as I worked to clear the air. The fire wasn't out, but it wasn't spreading either, not yet. It was under control, but just barely. I stood there for a few minutes, breathing heavily, trying to calm my racing heart. The room was starting to clear, the smoke drifting out through the open windows. The fire was nothing more than a few low embers now, just a dull glow in the fireplace. I thought about waking the others, but they were asleep, and the house seemed quiet again. But I knew this wasn't over. I had been lucky, too lucky. It wasn't until I started to feel that gnawing pain in my stomach again that I realized what had happened. I had been so distracted by the fire, by the panic of almost losing everything, that I hadn't even considered the reason I felt so off to begin with. I stumbled to the couch and collapsed, groaning as the pain in my abdomen intensified. The fire was out, the cabin safe, but my body wasn't. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had thought it was just gas or cramps, but it was something worse. My appendix. I tried to push through, to sleep it off, but the pain was unbearable now. It was clear something was wrong. My stomach had been sending me warnings all day, but I hadn't listened. I woke the others, and after a couple of calls and frantic decisions, I was on the way to the nearest hospital. The pain was sharp, and every bump in the road seemed to make it worse. By the time we arrived, I was barely able to walk. The doctors didn't waste time. They rushed me into surgery, and by the time I woke up, the worst was over. My appendix had ruptured, but by some miracle, I hadn't gone into full-blown septic shock. They said it was only by a matter of hours that I had made it in time. Looking back, I can't shake the feeling of how close I came to something much worse. If my appendix hadn't acted up when it did, I might have died in that cabin, suffocated by smoke, while my friends slept peacefully in the other room. It's been weeks since that weekend. The thought still gives me chills, the images of the fire, the smoke filling the room, the thumps that alerted me just in time. It's crazy to think how one moment of discomfort, one minor pain in my stomach, could have saved my life. But the strange thing is, even after all that, I can't quite shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, something else was at play that night. Was it a coincidence that the fire started when it did? Was it just luck that I happened to be awake and in the right place at the right time? Maybe. But I'll never forget how close it all came to going horribly wrong. I've never said this to anyone before, at least not out loud or in text. But recently, I opened up to my wife about it because of our new apartment. I feel compelled to share it here too, because it's been on my mind for so long, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. I need to make something clear, though. I'm a rational person. I believe in the scientific method. I trust what I can see and touch, and I only believe what can be verified. I don't go around believing in things that can't be explained. But this is something I can't explain, not fully. And I know that everything I'm about to share is true. To the best of my understanding, anyway. Let me start with my grandmother. She was sensitive, I guess? I don't know how else to put it. It wasn't some mystical thing, and she wasn't into ghost stories or anything like that. But there was something about her. It was like she could feel what others were going through, even if she was miles away. I remember having a tough day, and out of nowhere, she'd call me. "I just felt like you needed to talk," she'd say. It wasn't anything extreme, nothing supernatural, nothing that made my head spin, but it was there. She knew. She just knew. I never thought much of it as a kid. It was one of those things you just accept because it's always been there. But then something started happening to me. I don't know what it is, but I can feel things. Not in the same way as my grandmother, but it's close. It's like a sense, something I can't explain. It's like knowing what people are feeling, even when they don't say anything. I know when something's wrong. It's as if I can feel it with my skin. I tried to explain it to my wife the other night. I told her it's like a smell, but not one you can sniff. It's something you feel deep inside, like your skin is picking up on vibrations in the air that no one else can. I've always been this way, ever since I was a kid. I didn't know what it was. I didn't even have a name for it. It was just part of me, like breathing or blinking. But growing up, things started to get strange. We lived in an old townhouse, built on land with a history I couldn't fully understand until I got older. It was the land of a man named Lee Masters. You can Google him if you want, but what I learned about him as a child was enough to make my skin crawl. He was a slave owner, one of the worst kind. He ruled his land with an iron fist, and the stories I heard about him were not the kind you'd want to hear around a campfire. Lee Masters was brutal. He ran his slaves ragged, and when they were too weak to work or when they made him angry, he'd burn them alive in a furnace. That furnace was still there when I was a kid. I didn't know it at the time, but it's where I would eventually help uncover the bones of those slaves, their lives lost to a man whose name would forever stain that land. Living on that land wasn't easy. My parents had a rough time, especially with their divorce. But the real problem, for me at least, was the house itself. From the moment I stepped foot in that place, I hated it. I couldn't explain it back then, but I always felt like something was watching me. I remember being terrified to be alone. There was something in that house that didn't feel right. It wasn't a person, but it was something that made my skin prickle with fear. It was like a shadow that never left the corner of every room I was in, always lurking, always there. It was the basement that really got to me, though, and my room. I hated being alone in either of those places. I don't know why. I'd try to talk to my brother about it, but he didn't feel it the way I did. He wasn't sensitive like me, but even he could hear the footsteps at night. We'd both hear them, always coming from behind the bedroom door. The sounds of breathing, not from the air vents, not from the house settling, but from something else, something that didn't belong there. I had this recurring dream every night. It wasn't much of a dream, really, more like a memory. I'd be standing at the top of the basement stairs, staring down into the darkness. And then I'd jump. I'd land, climb back up, and do it again. I never hurt myself, but the stairs were steep. I don't know if I actually sleepwalked down there, or if it was just the dream, but I know I kept going down into that dark basement night after night, even though I knew something was down there. Something bad. As I got older, things got worse. The lights started flickering, sometimes turning off or on for no reason. The TV would shut off, and when I went to check, it would turn back on as soon as I walked away. Doors opened and closed by themselves. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, shadows moving when no one was around. It was the same feeling, that overwhelming presence. It was everywhere, and it wasn't just me anymore. I could feel it on my skin every time. I started losing things, small things like keys or a book, and they'd show up in places I'd never left them. I don't know how many times I found a pen under the couch or a sock in the fridge. It didn't make sense. But the worst part came when I was 9 or 10. One night, I had some sort of seizure. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I woke up in my bed afterward, confused and disoriented. No one had told me about it, not until later. My parents just brushed it off as some childhood thing. I don't know if it was connected to everything else that had been going on, but it was the first time I truly felt like something was wrong with me, with the house, with everything, and I couldn't explain any of it. We moved eventually, but not because of the strange happenings. My parents just decided to leave that place. The new house we moved to was still on the same land, still part of Lee Masters' property, but it wasn't nearly as bad as the old place. The feeling, that constant, oppressive feeling, wasn't there anymore. At least, not in the same way. Things still happened. The lights would flicker occasionally, doors would open on their own, but it wasn't like before. It was almost lighter, if that makes sense. It wasn't until I was older that I started to realize how much of an effect those years had on me. I tried to block it out, tried to tell myself it was all just in my head, that it was just the stress from the divorce, the house, the land. But the more I thought about it, the more I knew something wasn't right. I didn't believe in ghosts. I didn't believe in anything like that. But I knew that what I was experiencing was real. Something in this world, in this dimension, was just beyond what we could understand. Years passed, and I moved further away from that land. Things faded. I didn't feel it anymore. The world felt normal again. At least, I thought so. But then I moved into this apartment. It wasn't the same as before. It wasn't heavy, like it used to be. But it was there. A presence. And it felt familiar, even though I couldn't put my finger on why. I tried to ignore it at first. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to believe that whatever had been haunting me as a child had followed me here. Then my wife started talking to me about it. She had felt it too. She said she'd been talking to the previous tenant, the woman who had died here, and had told her to move on, to let go. It was strange, but my wife told me she could feel it, too, the presence, the sensation that someone was still here. I didn't want to believe it, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized it was true. I could feel it in the air, like static on my skin. And then something happened. Our dog, who normally never acted strange, started sniffing around, digging at the heater. When my wife checked it out, she found a plastic bag filled with bloody gauze pads, the kind someone might use for a needle. The previous tenant, she said, had been a heroin addict. She died here alone with her dog, and the dog had eaten her face to survive. My wife and I tried to ignore it, but that feeling, the one I've been carrying with me my whole life, keeps getting stronger. It's not like it was before. It's not as oppressive, but it's there. And I know it's her, the woman who died here. I can feel it. I don't know why, but I think I have whatever my grandmother had, that ability to sense things, to pick up on what others can't. I don't have answers. I don't have an explanation for any of it, but I know what I feel, and I can't deny it anymore. I just wish I knew why. Why does it seem to happen in places where something negative happened? Why don't I feel anything in places where something good happened, like where two people fell in love? Why does it always seem to be attached to pain, suffering, death? I don't have a name for it, and I don't know how to deal with it. I guess I just have to live with it, like I always have. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I can feel her watching. And I don't know if it's the woman who died here, or something else entirely. But whatever it is, I know it's real. And that's the scariest part of all. Back in 2005, I was living with my parents in a small house in Florida. It was one of those areas where hurricanes were part of life, but we'd never really gotten hit directly by one before. Hurricane Wilma, however, was different. It wasn't just the usual downpour and wind. It was a full-on storm that shook the whole town, and when it passed, the damage was everywhere. We didn't have electricity for over a week and a half, and at that point, it felt like the world outside had fallen silent. We didn't own a generator back then. Who did? It wasn't something we'd ever thought we'd need. The neighborhood had always been quiet, just regular suburban life. We'd deal with the occasional storm, but it was rare to lose power for that long. The house we lived in wasn't too big, just a modest one-story with a small backyard that backed up to our neighbor's house. They were a nice family, good people. The husband, a tall man named Doug, and his wife Marie, had two young daughters, around 5 and 7. They were one of the few houses that still had power during the storm. Their place was lit up, warm, and felt like a little haven compared to the cold darkness that surrounded ours. The rest of the neighborhood, it seemed, was in total blackness. Their lights were a rare sight, like beacons in an otherwise pitch-black sea. It was on the second night without power that I remember my father talking to Doug over the fence. I think it was just to pass the time, to talk about what the storm had done and how long the power might be out. It was one of those awkward, quiet moments where everything outside just felt eerily still. The wind had calmed, and there was a heavy silence hanging in the air. I'm sure they were talking about more practical things, but I remember the way my dad spoke to him, almost as though he didn't want to say it out loud, but I could feel the unease in his voice. It wasn't just the storm or the darkness that made it feel strange. It was everything. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet, and the power outages made it feel like we were cut off from the world. Eventually, after a bit of back and forth, Doug invited us over for dinner. They had a gas stove, so they weren't completely out of commission like we were. My mom and dad agreed, and we all made our way over there, walking in the dark, the only light coming from the occasional flashlight. The house was warm, filled with the comforting smell of something homemade, and we all settled around the table. It felt like a little bit of normalcy, a little bit of life amid all the chaos. The kids were laughing, playing around the table, and Doug and Marie were talking about how they were doing okay despite the storm. We spent a couple of hours there. It wasn't anything fancy, just a simple meal, some small talk about how we hoped the power would come back on soon. There was a curfew in place for the area, which to me felt like the final nail in the coffin of what was already a very weird week. But all of us were just relieved to be somewhere that felt safe and cozy, a far cry from the broken world outside. As we finished up and the night grew late, Doug walked us back to our house. It was already dark, and the neighborhood felt more deserted than usual. The curfew had emptied out the streets, and the quiet, once comforting, now felt ominous. We said our goodbyes and headed inside, the house dark and still, with only the dim light of a flashlight guiding us. Once inside, we settled into the den, the only room in the house that still had a little light from an old radio. We sat there, just talking about nothing, listening to updates about the storm. The silence in the house was heavy, and for some reason, it felt like something was wrong. Maybe it was the constant pressure of the storm hanging in the air, or the eerie quiet of everything being shut down. We were all a little on edge, but we tried to keep our conversation light. It was then, about 2 hours after we'd gotten home, when my father looked up from the window and froze. He was staring out into the backyard, his face growing more serious as he squinted into the dark. At first, I thought he was just being paranoid. Maybe it was just the way the shadows were playing tricks on him. But then I saw it too. A figure, standing just inside the neighbor's backyard, near their fence. At first, it was hard to make out exactly what I was seeing. It was dark outside, and the only source of light was from the stars and whatever faint glow came from the street lamps a few blocks down. But there was a figure, a tall, shadowy figure. It stood still, unmoving, like it was watching something. My dad immediately stood up, his face hardening, and went straight for the phone. He dialed Doug's number, and I could hear the concern in his voice when he asked if Doug had lost something in the backyard. He said that he had some flashlights on him and could help if needed. I don't know why my father thought to call him, but maybe it was because it just didn't feel right. I didn't hear much on the other end of the line at first, just a few seconds of silence before Marie picked up. I heard my dad's voice low, asking if everything was okay. But what happened next still haunts me. I can't explain the noise that came through the phone. It wasn't anything Marie said, but the noise in the background. At first, it was just a normal conversation, but then I heard something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was a sound, something like a gasp, followed by a sharp, startled noise. It didn't make sense, like she had just been caught off guard by something. Then, I heard Doug's voice in the background. I couldn't make out what he said, but it sounded hurried, tense. A few moments later, Doug's voice was clearer. He was saying something about checking on the girls. He and Marie ran toward the back of the house, towards their daughter's room, which faced the yard. That's when it clicked in my head. That figure I had seen earlier wasn't just standing there. It had been moving, and it was moving towards their house. I remember Doug calling back to my father, his voice now frantic. The figure, the man, had been standing outside the window of their daughter's bedroom, staring in. They'd seen him clearly. He had been right there, peering through the window. But the thing that made it worse was that when they saw him, his pants were partially down. I don't even know what to say about that. It felt wrong on every level, like something you can't really comprehend, but you know in your gut that it's bad. Doug said the man darted away when he saw them, running off into the night. The rest of the night was a blur. The neighbors called the police, and the whole neighborhood was shaken up. The man was identified later as someone who lived a few houses down from ours. I remember the sinking feeling in my stomach when I realized that this man had been someone I'd seen around often. He lived just down the street, and every afternoon when I walked home from the bus stop, he was always outside, always smiling and waving. He'd never said anything strange or out of the ordinary, but now, knowing what happened, it made me sick to think about all those times he'd spoken to me. Every single one of those times, he was watching me, watching all of us. The police eventually caught up with him. He was arrested, and they found out he had been doing this sort of thing for a while. He wasn't just some random stranger. He was someone who had been living in our midst, someone I'd passed by countless times without ever knowing. He was the same man who had waved at me every day, never a hint of anything unusual in his demeanor. It was all normal, all innocent, until it wasn't. In the days that followed, everything started to change. I couldn't walk past his house anymore without feeling that knot in my stomach. It was as though I was seeing the world differently, like every interaction I had with the people around me could be hiding something I couldn't see. The trust I'd taken for granted, the normalcy of everyday life, it was shattered. I had been so used to the comfort of routine, to knowing that the people around me were just people, but now I couldn't help but wonder if there were others, if there were more people like him. The worst part was that I didn't sleep well for a long time after that. I'd always kept my window curtain open at night. It was just something I did. It felt comfortable, like I was still connected to the world outside. But after that night, I couldn't do it anymore. The thought of someone standing out there in the dark, watching me, made it impossible to feel safe. I had nightmares about it, waking up in the middle of the night, heart racing, the sound of a man's breath just outside my window. My parents and I never spoke much about it after everything settled down. It was like we all just wanted to forget, to bury it in the back of our minds and move on. But I couldn't. It haunted me. The thought that someone I had seen so many times had been watching me all along, never giving any indication of what was really in his heart. Even now, years later, when I think back to that time, it feels like a waking nightmare, a reminder of how easily the world can shift, how trust can be broken in the most unexpected of ways. One night when I was 18, I was at a bar, a private club, actually one of those places where you needed a membership or a guest pass to get in. It was the early 80s. Bars like that weren't fancy, just small-town places with regulars who knew each other and kept to themselves. That night was supposed to be just another night out. I didn't drink much back then, just enough to loosen up a bit. I liked standing near the back door, where it was cooler, and I could smoke and keep an eye on things without feeling like I was right in the middle of the noise. I remember the bar being dimly lit like always, stained wooden floors, low-hung lights over the pool tables, and that constant mix of music and low conversation blending together. It smelled like beer and cigarettes and the faint trace of fried food. The kind of place where time slows down a little. I wasn't there with anyone in particular that night. I'd gotten to know the bouncer from previous visits, and he'd nod at me on his way past or stop for a smoke break now and then, but mostly I kept to myself. It must have been close to midnight. I'd gone to the back door for some air, leaning up against the wall, watching the alley stretch out behind the bar. I could still hear the jukebox playing faintly through the wall, something with a steady beat, maybe a rock song from the 70s. Then the front door bell rang. It was a weird sound to hear all the way in the back, but I noticed it because the place had gone quieter than usual for a second. The bouncer walked up to the door and opened it just a crack, keeping his body in the way like they do when they don't plan on letting someone in. That was when I saw him tense up and push the door shut. He locked it again. A few people sitting at the bar turned to look. Someone near the front whispered something, and I could tell by the tension in the air that something was off. I didn't think too much of it yet. Things like that happen now and then. Guys get drunk, thrown out, try to get back in. Usually it's all bark and no bite. Then maybe 2 or 3 minutes passed. Not long. I was still standing at the back door, kind of halfway inside and outside, feeling the cold air brushing in behind me. There was a girl sitting at one of the tables closest to the front entrance, right near the wall of windows. She was facing the door, talking with someone, laughing at something. The bartender was wiping glasses with a rag, looking toward the front every now and then like he was waiting to see if there was going to be trouble. Then it happened. The front door exploded. Not kicked open, not busted in. Exploded. The sound wasn't like anything I'd ever heard. It was deeper than a gunshot, heavier, like the whole air inside the building folded in for a second and then blew out in every direction. I didn't see the fire, but I saw the shock. The door tore apart into chunks, splinters, flying wood, pieces of metal, shattered glass. There was this split second where time didn't move right, and then everything caught up all at once. The blast wave rolled through the bar, and I felt it even at the back. I got hit with debris, small stuff mostly, bits of wood and glass, enough to sting and knock me back a step. The girl near the front screamed, a horrible scream I still hear in my head sometimes. She didn't get up. She didn't run. She went down in her chair, clutching at her arm, her face twisted in pain. Blood came down her cheek in dark lines. A piece of wood the size of a kitchen knife had gone straight through her hand, and another had torn through the sleeve of her leather jacket and hit her shoulder. Her mouth was open like she was still screaming, but the sound didn't match anymore. I remember her eyes. They were wide and locked on something that wasn't in front of her anymore. People started shouting. The bartender dropped the glass he was holding and yelled for everyone to get down. I didn't wait. I ran to the center of the room and dove behind one of the pool tables, crawling under it as fast as I could, heart hammering so hard I could hear it over everything else. I pulled my knees up and covered my head, shaking so badly I could hardly stay still. My skin felt like it was vibrating. My breath was shallow, fast, like I couldn't get enough air. Someone near the bar was crying. Someone else was yelling for help. The bartender was still ducked behind the bar, peeking over every few seconds, probably thinking the guys who'd done it were going to come in shooting. For a while, nobody moved. I was too scared to lift my head. Every sound made me flinch. A bottle rolled off a table and shattered, and I almost screamed. I thought they might come in with more explosives. I thought I might die there under that pool table. After what felt like a year, but couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 minutes, I started hearing sirens. A lot of them. Blue and red lights lit up the walls through the windows. The front was still a wreck, completely blown apart, and the cold night air rushed in through the open gap where the door had been. Cops poured in, shouting commands. One of them knelt near me and told me to come out from under the table, but I didn't move right away. I couldn't. My body wouldn't listen. Eventually, someone helped pull me out. The girl was still conscious, but just barely. They were applying pressure to her wounds, trying to keep her calm. She had splinters at least 6 to 8 inches long sticking out of her hand and shoulder, and a smaller one had caught her cheek. Her eyes kept drifting closed. Paramedics were already on her by the time I stood up. Blood dotted the floor everywhere. Little puddles mixed with shards of wood, broken glass, and pieces of clothing. The front of the bar looked like a bomb had gone off because, well, it had. Turns out that's exactly what happened. Those guys who'd been kicked out earlier had come back with quarter sticks of dynamite they'd stolen from a construction site outside of town. The cops later said they probably hadn't known how much damage it would do, or maybe they had. Either way, they'd lit one and set it right up against the front door, then ran. There was just enough time for them to clear the sidewalk before it went off. One of them was caught trying to flee the scene. The other was found a day later hiding at a friend's place. Both went to prison. They never apologized, never said a word. We found out later they had some sort of grudge against the bar owner. They didn't care who got hurt in the process. I gave a statement to the police, but it was hard to talk. My hands were shaking the whole time. They offered me water, but I couldn't hold the cup without spilling it. I just kept seeing the door blow apart, kept hearing that noise, kept picturing the girl's face twisted in pain and covered in blood. That stayed with me long after the night was over. I didn't sleep for 3 days. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it all over again. I'd wake up in cold sweats, my heart racing, thinking I was still there. Loud sounds made me jump. If a car backfired, I'd drop to the floor. I couldn't walk into a bar for years without checking every exit. I had to sit facing the doors, always on edge. I stopped going out much at all. The girl survived, but she had to have multiple surgeries. I don't know her name. I only saw her that one night. But I hope she's okay. I really do. I was 18 when it happened. I'm 57 now, almost 4 decades, and I still flinch at fireworks. I still duck when I hear a sudden loud bang. My kids know not to sneak up behind me or slam doors. Sometimes if a truck hits a pothole just right, I hit the ground before I even realize I moved. It's automatic, burned into me. People think trauma fades with time. And maybe it dulls a little, but it never really leaves you. It just becomes part of you. A layer beneath the surface that gets triggered when you least expect it. I never went back to that bar. They rebuilt it, but I couldn't bring myself to walk through the doors again. It was too much. The sight of those splinters, the sound of the explosion, the way the whole room shifted in a second, it stayed with me. It still stays with me. Over the years, I've had to explain it to doctors, to employers, to friends. Some understand, some don't, but it's real. PTSD isn't just a label. It's a shadow that follows you around. I've worked hard to live with it. I've gone to therapy. I've talked about it, cried about it, tried to process it in every way I could. Some nights are still hard, but most are better than they used to be. That night changed me. It's something I carry, not with pride, but with endurance. I made it through something violent, something senseless. I wish it had never happened, but it did, and I'm still here. That matters. When I was a child, my next-door neighbor was my best friend. Her name was Leah, and she was born just 3 weeks before me. Our friendship went way back, practically from the moment I entered the world. She lived right next door, so we were always together, either at my house or hers, playing or just hanging out. We shared a backyard, separated only by a fence. It wasn't much of a fence, honestly, but it was enough to keep the neighbors' dogs from wandering into each other's yards. Our lives were simple back then, spent mostly in games and laughter. My younger sister often joined us, making it the three of us against the world, or at least against the handful of kids that lived nearby. We played everything from tag to make-believe, but the game we loved the most was volleyball. With the fence between us, it was a challenge to get the ball over, but that only made it more fun. We would spend hours hitting the ball back and forth, running across the yard, trying to outplay one another. Eventually, my father decided the fence had to go. It had gotten old, splintered, and leaning to one side. There were too many loose boards, and it became a safety hazard. He took the whole thing down one weekend, and just like that, the barrier that separated our yards was gone. It felt strange at first, like the line between our two worlds had vanished, and the grass and trees between our houses now connected us even more. On this particular day, we were playing volleyball again, no fence to divide us. It was late afternoon, and the sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows across the yards. We were 9 years old at the time, full of energy and laughter, unaware of the world beyond our little bubble. There were no parents around. My mom was inside, probably cleaning or doing something around the house, while Leah's parents were out for the day. My younger sister had wandered off somewhere, but Leah and I were still playing, tossing the volleyball over and over as we tried to make spectacular shots, laughing each time one of us missed. But then something caught my eye. It was a tan sedan. I remember it clearly, not because it was anything special, but because it was the only car that had circled our block. It came down the street slowly, almost too slowly, like the driver was looking for something, or someone. I didn't think much of it at first, just brushed it off, but as it came around again, I noticed the car was going even slower. It circled the block a second time, and this time, it stopped right in front of our houses, with the engine idling. I wasn't sure what to think. At that age, the world was simple, and we didn't think much about things like danger. I stood there for a moment, watching. Then I saw the driver lean forward, so far over into the empty passenger seat that it looked like he was almost falling out of the car. His face was turned toward us. He stared, just stared. The car didn't move at first. It was an eerie, quiet moment that seemed to stretch on longer than it should have. The driver's eyes were locked on us, but it didn't seem like he was looking at anyone in particular. More like he was just watching all of us, trying to figure out what we were doing. I felt my stomach tighten. It wasn't a good feeling. And then, without warning, the car sped off, tearing down the street and out of sight. I didn't say anything right away. I went back to playing volleyball with Leah, but something didn't feel right. The whole situation sat in the back of my mind, nagging at me. After a few minutes of trying to ignore it, I decided to go inside. I needed to tell my mom. It felt like the right thing to do. When I walked into the house, my mom was in the kitchen, preparing dinner or something. I told her what had happened, how the car had circled the block, how the driver had been staring at us. I didn't know exactly why I felt uneasy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. She listened to me, nodding along, but she didn't seem too concerned. "Thanks for telling me," she said with a smile, rubbing my back. "Just go back outside and keep playing. If anything happens, let me know, okay?" I don't think she fully understood why it bothered me, but she trusted me enough to let me go back outside. And I did, but I wasn't the same. The eerie feeling had only grown stronger. I went back out into the yard, and Leah was still there, playing by herself now. I could hear her calling for me, asking if I wanted to keep playing. But something felt wrong about the whole situation. Something felt off. I kept looking down the street, waiting, half expecting to see that tan car come around the corner again. I didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, I saw the tan sedan round the block again, the same slow pace. But this time, instead of driving past, it stopped right in the middle of the road in front of our house. The driver left the engine running, but didn't move. The car sat there, and for the longest time, it just idled. I felt my heart race. I don't know why, but I had this sense that something was about to happen. I looked at Leah, trying to hide the fear creeping up my spine, and she was still focused on the ball, not noticing anything. I wanted to scream at her to look, to get away, but I didn't. I just stood there frozen, my feet glued to the ground. And then the man got out of the car. He didn't move quickly, just a slow, deliberate walk up the sidewalk toward us. He was tall, with dark hair, wearing a jacket that looked too heavy for the warm weather. He was carrying something in his hand, maybe a map or a piece of paper, but I wasn't sure. As he got closer, I could see him staring at us. He came right up to Leah, who had no idea what was happening, and then he said something, too quiet for me to hear from where I was standing. He didn't seem aggressive, but something in the way he stood, like he was waiting for her to step closer, made my stomach drop. Leah took a step forward, probably thinking he needed directions or something. I could feel the air grow thicker, heavier, like something was coming. He took a step closer, and she took another one toward him, still not understanding what was wrong. I could barely breathe. Just as I was about to call out to her, I saw movement from the corner of my eye. My mom, rushing out the door, her face twisted with panic. She was screaming at the man, her voice full of fear and authority, demanding that he get back in his car. She didn't hesitate. She ran straight at him, not stopping to think. "Get the hell back in your car," she yelled, her voice breaking the air. "Get out of here." The man hesitated, looking at her, but didn't say anything. He turned quickly, almost too quickly, and hurried back to his car, slamming the door behind him. My mom kept her eyes on him the whole time, her body stiff with anger and fear. She was already dialing 911, talking to the dispatcher as she ran past me. By the time the police arrived, the man was gone, the sedan nowhere to be seen. But the police took the whole situation seriously. My mom stayed outside with us, watching the house, while the officers went around the neighborhood, asking questions, trying to figure out who the man was. A few days later, we found out who he was. The man had a criminal record, a long one. He was a registered child sex offender, and he'd been circling the neighborhood, watching not just Leah and me, but another group of kids down the block. The police said he had been keeping an eye on us for days, just waiting for the right moment. It was hard to process that someone like that had been so close to us. The thought of what could have happened if my mom hadn't been paying attention, hadn't noticed what was happening, makes my heart hurt to this day. We were lucky, so incredibly lucky. Leah and I had no idea, but my mom's quick thinking had kept us safe. She had seen enough to know something wasn't right, and she acted, without hesitation, without waiting for someone else to notice. In the end, the man was arrested, and we never saw him again. Our little neighborhood was quiet again, but for weeks after that, we stayed inside more. It wasn't the same. The sense of safety we'd once taken for granted had been shattered. We all looked at each other differently, as if the world had just shown us how easily it could turn dark. Leah and I continued to play, but we never forgot that day. I don't think anyone in that neighborhood ever really did. We learned something that day, about safety, about trust, and about the fact that sometimes the most dangerous people don't look dangerous at all. I was 17, a little younger than I am now. It was around 1998, and I was in Dublin with my girlfriend, just hanging out. We were at Stephen's Green Shopping Centre. If you've ever been, you know it's got that big open space, 2 floors, shops all around. A couple of those places had their own entrances, but mostly it was a big open area. I always liked it there. It was busy, sure, but never too much, just the right amount of buzz. It felt like home, a place you could just exist without feeling out of place. I was standing by the card shop, the one on the ground floor, near the center, flicking through some birthday cards. My girlfriend had gone off to try on some clothes, so I was just kind of left to my own devices. I didn't mind. The shop had that smell, you know? The mix of paper and a bit of perfume from the stores nearby. I was just zoning out, looking at the stupid little messages on the cards. I wasn't even really paying attention to where I was. Then I saw something. At first, it didn't even register. My brain couldn't even make sense of it. A body. A man. Falling. He wasn't coming down like someone who lost their footing or slipped. No, he was coming down with a purpose, like he'd made a decision. He didn't just stumble over the edge or trip. This was something else. It was almost like time slowed down, but it wasn't. It was happening all at once, but my mind could barely keep up. The body hit the floor with a sickening thud, the kind you hear in your gut more than your ears. The sound made my stomach twist in a way I can't even describe. It was the kind of thud that made you feel like you'd been hit, even though you were a few feet away. He landed on his side, his face slamming into the tile, a little blood splattering on the floor before the rest of it started to seep out of his head like it had nowhere else to go. I froze. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what had just happened, but there he was, just lying there motionless. It wasn't like in the movies where everything goes quiet, but it felt like the entire world around me stopped. People were walking past, but no one seemed to notice. No one screamed. No one moved. I think I stood there for a minute, or maybe longer. My mind couldn't catch up to what was happening. All I could hear was the soft buzz of the lights above me, and then underneath it, the sound of blood spreading across the floor. It spread in dark, slow pools around his head, turning the light beige tile into something more raw, something too real to ignore. I can still see it. His face. It was like he was still alive for a second, or maybe my brain was just trying to convince me that he was. His eyes were open, staring at nothing, but I knew there was no life behind them. His body was still, except for the little twitches every few seconds. Those kind of nervous twitches you get when your body doesn't realize it's supposed to be still. But his body wasn't going to move. I knew that. We all know that deep down. It took a while for me to move. I didn't even look around. I couldn't. I didn't want to. I didn't want anyone to see me, to notice me. What could I do? I could barely even think. I finally started to turn my head a little slowly, trying to see if anyone had noticed. Maybe someone else would know what to do. A couple of people were starting to look. A woman near the escalators took one look, and then she screamed. Not just any scream. It was raw, and it cut through me. It made my legs weak. It made my stomach turn. She ran toward the exit, but she didn't look back. She didn't care who was watching or who was left behind. And then it all came rushing in. The chaos, the noise, the confusion, people screaming, but not knowing why. Someone ran up to him, then backed away like they couldn't handle it. A man in a suit started shouting for help. I don't know if he knew what to do either, but he was trying. I heard the word ambulance, and that was when my mind clicked. My brain caught up to the reality of it. I still couldn't move. I was stuck there, right in front of the card shop, staring at the blood, staring at him. And all I could think was, how long had he been falling? How long did he know he was going to hit the ground? I couldn't shake that feeling. It felt like I was stuck in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. I didn't want to look anymore, but I couldn't make myself stop. My feet were stuck to the floor, and my hands were numb, like they weren't even mine. I wanted to run, to get away, but I couldn't. I couldn't even breathe without feeling like I was suffocating. Eventually, I heard sirens. It was like I'd only just noticed them, even though I knew they'd been on their way for what felt like forever. A couple of paramedics came running in, followed by a few security guards. They started moving people away, but they didn't touch the body. They didn't even look at it. They just kept doing their job. One of them checked for a pulse, but they already knew. They were just going through the motions. When the police arrived, it was like the whole place snapped back to life. They started asking questions, and people started to leave. I don't think anyone was sticking around to find out what happened. They were more interested in getting out of there than anything else. I didn't blame them. I would have run if I could have, but I was still rooted to that spot, watching them work on the guy who'd made his decision. The weird thing was that no one really talked about it after. It was like the whole thing just got swept under the rug. People went back to their shopping, just like nothing happened. I don't know if it was because we were in Dublin or because it happened in a public place, but it felt like the world just moved on. I didn't feel like I could move on, though. Not for a long time. It didn't help that I couldn't tell anyone without sounding crazy. I couldn't just casually mention, "Oh yeah, a guy jumped to his death in front of me last week." People wouldn't believe it. They'd think I was exaggerating, or maybe even lying. I couldn't get the image out of my head. The blood, the way it pooled around him, the way his eyes had been open, like he was still there, even though he wasn't. And that sound, the thud, it still echoes in my mind sometimes, like it's not quite over, like I haven't really let it go. I never went back to Stephen's Green Shopping Center after that. I didn't want to. The thought of being back in that same spot where everything happened made me sick. Every time I walked past a place that had a second floor, I couldn't help but think about him falling. I didn't know him. I didn't know why he did it, but I knew I'd never forget that moment. It's been years now, and every now and then I still think about it. I've tried to talk about it a few times, but people don't believe me. They think it's some kind of story I made up, but it's not. It happened, and I can still see it like it happened yesterday. The body, the blood, the silence before the chaos, the sound of everything just falling apart. The man who made his choice. And how, for a split second, I felt like I could almost understand it. It wasn't a movie. It wasn't something I read about. It was real, and I'll never forget it. I remember the night so clearly that I can still feel the chill in the air, even though it was early summer. The sky had been clear when I left the porch, the setting sun painting the clouds soft pink and orange. By the time my cousin pulled into the driveway, twilight had deepened into a pale blue, and the streetlights flickered awake. I was 16, trying to seem casual as I walked toward her car, but my heart beat hard in my chest. Her car was a dark sedan, low and sporty, its paint holding the last glow of daylight. I'd seen it parked there all afternoon, the windows rolled up tight against the heat. I paused a few yards away, leaning against the trunk, pretending to scroll through my phone, though I wasn't reading anything. I just wanted to watch her, safe behind the screen, confident I could jump in beside her if anything went wrong. She had left the house 10 minutes before, dressed in jeans and a loose tank top, her long blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail that swung against the seat as she drove off. When she returned, I noticed a man standing near the front bumper. He was too still, too focused, or maybe frozen by the headlights. He wore dark jeans and a plain t-shirt, something that should have made him blend in, but the way he stood, half in shadow, half in light, made him the only thing I saw in that driveway. I froze for a second, my breath catching. My feet felt rooted to the ground. He reached up his hand to the trunk latch. I watched the metal click as it popped open, and the lid lifted just enough for him to slip his arm inside. My stomach dropped. I knew immediately what he planned. Sitting in the back seat until she got in, then pretending nothing was wrong, or worse, grabbing her the moment she turned around. My pulse raced, and I dropped the phone slowly to my side. Every second stretched out, full of dread. I crept closer, keeping low, pressing my body against the side of the car. My heart pounded so loudly I thought he might hear it. He lifted himself into the trunk, pulling his shoulders in first and bending his knees to squeeze in. In the dim light, I could see the back of his head tuck just under the raised lid. It was silent again, except for the slight hum of the streetlights and the distant buzz of a lawnmower down the block. I backed away out of sight, my hands trembling. I dialed the police number without thinking, pressing the phone to my ear and trying to speak in a steady voice. I gave them the address and said there was someone hiding in my cousin's trunk. My voice caught when I remembered she was inside the house, washing her hands at the sink, humming to herself. She had no idea. I ran up the driveway, my feet slapping against the concrete, heart hammering. I didn't want to scare her, but I needed her to know. I pounded on the door and yelled her name. Inside, I heard the faucet turn off, hurried steps, then the door swung open. Her eyes went wide when she saw me, wild with confusion and something else I couldn't name. She followed me wordlessly as I led her to her car, keeping my back to it, trying not to stare at the open trunk. By then, I could hear sirens in the distance, growing louder. My cousin stepped beside me, her hand on my shoulder, and I realized how thin and small she looked in that moment. No longer the bombshell everyone stared at, but just my family, vulnerable and real. We stood there together in the quiet blue light, waiting. When the police cars screeched to a halt, officers spilled out with flashlights and handcuffs. They approached the car slowly, weapons drawn, voices low and firm. I watched as one officer popped the trunk fully open and shouted for the man to come out. He tumbled awkwardly onto the pavement, eyes wide, hands raised. They cuffed him, guided him to his knees, then stood him up and read him his rights. I felt a strange rush, relief, horror, adrenaline. My cousin leaned against me, her arm wrapped around my waist. The officers asked me questions, and I told the story again, though my voice wavered. I traced the imprint of his body in the curve of the trunk, trying not to think what might have happened if I'd been inside the house longer, if I'd hesitated. Later, After the man was taken away and the police car lights had faded down the street, I stood with my cousin on the porch. The night was still, the streetlights painting pools of yellow on the pavement. She reached out and squeezed my hand. There were no words exchanged. There didn't need to be. We both knew how close she had come to stepping into that trap. In the days that followed, the story became the one we told over family dinners, in a half laugh or a half shiver. We teased each other about not locking the car, about my heroic timing, about how she'd better pay me back with ice cream or gas money. But behind the jokes, there was a quiet seriousness. We both understood that laughter was our way to keep from thinking too deeply about how easily things could have gone wrong. My cousin got extra locks installed on that car, and she never left it parked alone at night again. She kept the trunk empty and made sure we both had our phones with us, even for a trip to the mailbox. I kept that memory vivid in my mind. Every detail of the man's dark shirt against the silver metal, the click of the latch, the way the light fell across the driveway. It stayed with me, a warning and a reminder. Now, years later, whenever I see her at family gatherings, her hair the same color, the same easy confidence in her step, I think of that night. We still laugh that someone almost fit inside the trunk without anyone knowing. But beneath the laughter is something stronger. Gratitude that I happened to be there, that my cousin's brother had his eyes open, that the police came in time. We tell it as a joke, but we know it was nearly a terrible end. That memory shapes me. It reminds me how fast danger can appear and how fragile our sense of safety really is. It taught me to trust my instincts, to speak up even when I felt foolish, and to watch over those I love, no matter how grown-up they seem. And it taught me that sometimes the scariest stories don't have monsters or ghosts. They just have ordinary people doing ordinary things until one moment changes everything. I was 18 when I met him on Facebook. He was a 31-year-old ex-military guy who had done 2 tours overseas, worked for a well-known local farmer, and was the son of a Methodist preacher. His profile gave me the impression that he had everything together. I was young, naive, and looking for someone stable, someone who seemed trustworthy, someone like him. He came across as confident and caring, the type of man you'd expect to settle down with. Little did I know, I was walking straight into a nightmare that I couldn't even begin to comprehend at the time. We exchanged messages for a week or so before he said he wanted to meet. I was nervous but excited. He seemed genuine. He came to my house, met my mom, and we hung out for a while. We drank a few beers, talked about life, and I honestly thought I had found someone who understood me. We connected. After a few drinks, I ended up sleeping with him. It was impulsive, and part of me regrets that, but another part of me felt like it was just a part of being young and free. He took me home after that, and we hung out for a couple more hours. When he left, he said he'd call me soon. Looking back now, there were signs that I ignored, little things that should have raised alarms in my head. After we had slept together, I asked him if I was the youngest girl he'd ever been with in that fancy pickup truck he had. He said no, but at the time, I didn't think much of it. I didn't push it. I didn't question him. But now I wish I had. I should have trusted that gut feeling, but I was just so wrapped up in the idea of having found someone, of being loved, that I couldn't see the truth. A few weeks went by, and he came to see me less often, but I didn't think much of it. I was young, naive, and thought relationships had their ups and downs. Then he met my best friend. She was still a minor at the time, and I introduced them to each other because I thought it would be nice for him to meet my closest friend. They hit it off, at least that's what I thought. Over time, I started noticing he was spending more and more time with her. They were hanging out without me, and I could feel myself growing jealous. I didn't want to admit it, but I couldn't help it. She wasn't acting like herself anymore, and I had no idea why. One night, after spending a lot of time with him, she told me she had started sleeping with him. I was devastated, confused, and angry, but I didn't know how to process it. I wasn't mad at her, I was mad at him. But still, I was afraid of losing him. He was a part of my life now, and I had invested so much of myself into him. At the same time, I knew it was wrong, but I thought maybe if we all talked about it, if we just laid everything out, maybe we could make it work. We could be one big, happy group. That was my thinking at the time. I wanted to keep everyone happy, to not let anything fall apart. It didn't take long before things started spiraling. He started spending more time with her and less with me. I was confused, hurt, and tried to ignore the growing sense that something was wrong. But then it hit me. I started noticing a pattern. He wouldn't respond to my messages for days. The silence grew longer, and I began to wonder if I was just some passing fling for him. He started avoiding me completely, leaving me alone, and I could tell something wasn't right. Eventually, I texted him, and after 9 days of no contact, I sent him a message that simply said, "You have made no effort to contact me in 9 days. I think we're done here." I didn't expect much, but his reply was short. He simply said, "Oh, that was it." That was the last time I heard from him for a while. I didn't realize how much that message would haunt me. A month passed, and in that time, I didn't know what was happening behind the scenes. I found out later that he was arrested by the local sheriff's department on a drug charge. I didn't know what was coming, didn't know what was about to unfold. But a few weeks later, everything changed. It came out that he wasn't just involved in drugs. No, he was part of something much worse. They were building a case against him for human trafficking. The police were watching my every move, monitoring me without me knowing. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was being followed. The same black car would show up everywhere I went. The KBI detectives had been keeping track of me. I had no idea they were watching, no idea that they were trying to piece everything together. One of the officers involved in the investigation was actually the best man at my mom's wedding. He'd known me for years, and I had no clue that he was involved in investigating the very man I had loved. The more I learned, the sicker I felt. I thought back to those early days, to the way he had seemed so perfect. It all made sense now. The way he acted, the way he manipulated people, the lies he told. But I didn't know the full extent of it until later. As it turned out, he was running a human trafficking operation. He had 5 girls, all around my age, locked away in an abandoned barn during the dead of winter. The police found out that he was involved in distributing and producing child pornography. He had been using my best friend, shooting her up with drugs, and sneaking men through her bedroom window to have sex with her while she was unconscious. She never told me. She never told me because she knew I loved him. She didn't want to hurt me. The truth was, he had manipulated us both. I never realized it at the time, but looking back, it was all so clear. My best friend went to a home for human trafficking victims after everything came out. She stayed there until she turned 18. She's doing better now, thank God, but the trauma she went through is something I can't even begin to imagine. She still hasn't shared everything with me, and I don't push her to. I know it's hard enough for her to live with. I just want to be there for her, to make sure she's okay. As for him, he took a plea bargain. He's in prison now, serving time for everything he did. I still can't wrap my head around it. He was the person I thought I could trust. I thought I had found someone who would love me. I never thought I would be involved in something like this. Now looking back, I can't believe how blind I was. I can't believe how much I overlooked because I was so desperate to feel loved. I used to feel anger and rage whenever I thought about him. The way he destroyed lives, the way he used and manipulated me, the way he tore my best friend apart, it's too much. It makes me want to scream, but I know that's not going to help anything. I've had to come to terms with the fact that I was part of something horrible, something I couldn't see at the time. But the truth is, I'm glad I got out. I'm thankful that I wasn't pulled any further into it. I'm thankful that I wasn't trapped like those girls, that I wasn't used the way he used them. I can't forget what happened, but I try not to let it consume me. I'm still working through the anger, the betrayal, the shame I feel for being so blind. But I know now, with every part of me, to trust my instincts, to trust the red flags when they show up. And I know now, more than ever, to be careful who I trust, especially when it comes to people I meet online. The world is full of danger, and I never would have known it if I hadn't experienced it firsthand. If I ever see him again, I don't know what I'll do. Part of me wants to hurt him the way he hurt so many people. But I also know that's not the answer. I've learned to move forward, to rebuild my life, to be thankful for the things I still have, the people I still love, and the lessons I've learned the hard way. Just please, be careful who you trust. Be careful of the people you let into your life, especially the ones who seem too good to be true. They often are. It was a quiet night, like any other in the big house. The kind of night where everything seems still, and even the air feels heavy with silence. My parents had been empty nesters for a while now. My siblings and I had all moved out, each of us off to our own lives, leaving behind the house that had once been filled with the sounds of our laughter and the chaos of growing up. It was just the two of them now, in the large home that always felt a little too big when it was just the two of them. It was late, around 1:30 a.m., when the quiet was broken. My mom was in bed, already asleep, but the dogs had been barking all night. They weren't the type to bark for no reason. Something had their attention. It wasn't unusual for them to react to a sound in the night. We lived on a quiet road in upstate New York, with woods surrounding the house on all sides. Even with the occasional car passing, most of the time it was just the night sounds, wind in the trees, the distant cry of an owl, the rustle of leaves. But this night felt different. My mom was a light sleeper, so when the barking grew louder, it stirred her from her sleep. But it wasn't the dogs that made her sit up in bed. It was the sound that came next, the frantic knocking. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't the usual polite tap-tap you'd expect from someone just checking to see if the door was locked. No, this was urgent. The kind of knocking that made you feel like something was wrong. Something dangerous. Then came the scream. A woman's voice, high-pitched, desperate. Help me. Help me. He's after me. Please help me. My mom froze, her heart racing. The dogs were going crazy now, barking, scratching at the windows, probably seeing something outside that we couldn't. The sound of the woman's cries only made the tension in the house rise. My mom turned to my dad, who had been stirring awake from the noise. Don't go down there, my mom whispered urgently, her voice trembling. Something feels off. It doesn't sound right. At first, my dad had gotten up and was heading toward the stairs, but my mom's warning stopped him. She was scared, yes, but there was something about the whole situation that didn't sit right with her. The woman's voice, though full of panic, sounded almost rehearsed. It didn't sound like a real emergency to her. She couldn't put her finger on it, but she was sure of one thing. Something wasn't right. My dad hesitated, then nodded, his brow furrowing in confusion. The house was quiet again, but not in the way it should have been. The dogs were still barking, but there was an eerie tension in the air, like something was about to happen. They both knew better than to rush downstairs without thinking. We had been raised in that house with an instinct to be cautious. The house had big windows in the front entranceway, and the light was on in the foyer. From the outside, anyone standing on the porch could easily see inside. If they went down the stairs, they'd be visible through that window, which meant they'd be in full view of whoever was knocking. Let's not take the risk, my mom said, her voice low. If we go down there, we'll be in their sight. My dad nodded and quickly made his way to the second floor. The windows on the upper level gave a better vantage point. There were no lights on up there, and they could see the front porch without being spotted. He walked through the dark hall, carefully avoiding the creaky spots on the floor. As he moved from room to room, peeking through the windows, my mom stayed close behind. When my dad reached my old room, the corner room at the end of the hallway, he looked out the side window. This window faced the bushes that lined the property near the front of the house. And that's when he saw it, a shape crouching in the shadows. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, but no, there was definitely someone out there, hidden behind the bushes, watching the house. My mom rushed to his side, her face pale as she peered through the window too. The figure in the bushes didn't move at all, but it felt like they were waiting for something. My dad's heart began to race, and the situation shifted from a mere disturbance to something more sinister. Call the police, my mom urged quietly, her voice trembling. My dad didn't hesitate. He picked up the phone, his fingers moving quickly over the buttons as he dialed 911. His voice was steady but filled with urgency when he spoke to the dispatcher. We've got someone on our property, he said, his voice low. A woman's been knocking at the door, claiming she's in danger, and now there's someone hiding in the bushes out front. We think it might be a setup. The dispatcher took down the information, telling my dad to stay inside and not engage. He didn't need to be told twice. The whole situation felt wrong, and his gut was telling him to stay put. The minutes stretched on like hours, each second a heavy weight. The figure in the bushes stayed still, unmoving, and the woman's cries for help had stopped. In their place was an uncomfortable silence, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. Then, almost on cue, the sound of sirens cut through the night. The police arrived, their flashing lights illuminating the dark yard. As they pulled into the driveway, the figure in the bushes stood up. My dad's breath caught in his throat as the man stepped into view, walking calmly toward the street as though he hadn't just been hiding in the dark. He didn't run. He didn't act nervous. It was as if he had just been out for a late-night jog. The police got out of their cars, quickly approaching the man. He didn't seem at all alarmed by their presence, almost like he had been expecting them. He explained that he had been jogging through the neighborhood, trying to keep in shape. The woman, he said, was just a concerned passerby who had asked for his help. Nothing strange about it. The officers didn't seem convinced, but they had no reason to hold the man. Without any concrete evidence, they couldn't arrest him. They questioned him further, but he stuck to his story. The woman was nowhere to be found. She had vanished, just like the man had, leaving only the strange, unsettling feeling in the air. The police left soon after, still unsure of what exactly had happened. The night was quiet again, but my parents couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Later that week, news came from a neighboring precinct. A couple had been tied up and robbed 2 neighborhoods over, just a few streets away. The story was eerily similar to what had happened to my parents. Someone pretending to be in distress, a woman asking for help, and a man lurking nearby, waiting to strike. It was a con, a scam designed to get into the house and rob them once they were distracted. The woman had played the part of the distressed victim, and the man had done the rest. The realization hit my parents like a ton of bricks. The woman in distress, the man in the bushes, the calm demeanor when the police arrived. It was all part of a calculated ruse. They had almost fallen for it, just like the couple a few streets away. The more they thought about it, the more it became clear. The whole situation had been a trap. As my mom and dad sat down that night, processing what had happened, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that they hadn't gone downstairs, that their instincts had been right, that the nagging feeling in the pit of their stomachs had kept them safe. If they had gone down to open that door, if they had let that woman in, who knew what would have happened? It wasn't just about the close call with the con artists. It was the realization that, in a world that could sometimes feel so safe and quiet, things weren't always as they seemed. The people we trusted, the ones who asked for help, could be hiding dark motives behind their masks. They had nearly let their guard down that night, and it was only their caution that kept them from becoming the next victims. In the end, the whole thing felt like a warning, a reminder that safety wasn't something that could be taken for granted, not even in a quiet house on a quiet road in the middle of nowhere. My parents never looked at that house the same way again. The light in the foyer was always turned off at night now, and the windows were always checked before they went to bed. They were a little more cautious, a little more aware that sometimes things that seemed like a cry for help were really just a trap. And as for the man and the woman, they never came back. But my parents knew they wouldn't be the last ones. Not in this world. I remember it like it was yesterday, even though it happened when I was just 5. My family always went on vacation to this beautiful lake every summer. It was our special place, a quiet, peaceful spot where the water sparkled in the sunlight and the cabins nestled comfortably by the shoreline. This place was a hidden gem, far from the nearest town, but every year we made the trek, and every year it felt like a little slice of heaven. We had our routines. My dad would take the boat out for a spin. My older siblings would explore the woods or swim in the lake, and my mom, my little brother, and I would usually head into town for groceries, which was about a 30-minute drive away. It was always an adventure. This particular summer was no different, except for one thing: the storm. It started out like any other trip. We packed up the car, my dad and siblings headed off to get the boat in the water, and my mom, my 4-year-old brother, and I set off to the store. We didn't think much of it. The rain started coming down lightly as we left the cabin, but nothing too serious. The lake was remote, so the store in town was our only option for supplies. We had no idea what was about to happen. As we drove down the winding road, the rain picked up. It wasn't just a light drizzle anymore. It was coming down in sheets, making the world outside look blurry and distant. My mom turned on the wipers, but it was still hard to see. The road, which was already narrow and winding, felt even more treacherous as the rain poured harder and the wind started to pick up. My brother, in the back seat, was starting to get antsy, and I could feel my mom's nerves on edge. But we were so close, just a few more minutes to the store. When we finally pulled into the parking lot, the rain was practically coming down in buckets. We didn't have time to waste. My mom quickly parked the car and, holding my brother's hand, grabbed mine and rushed us toward the door. We had to make a dash for it. The store, small and a little rundown, wasn't much to look at, but it was where we always went. The old building had an air of familiarity, but on that day, it seemed to be hiding something darker. We barely made it inside before the sky seemed to tear open. The sound of the rain hitting the roof was deafening. Inside the store, the fluorescent lights flickered once and then hummed steadily as we pushed the cart toward the aisles. The air smelled of dust and old wood, mixed with the faint, lingering scent of cleaning supplies. My mom's hands were gripping the cart tightly, her eyes darting toward the windows every few seconds, a sense of urgency in her movements. We stopped in the cereal aisle first, something we always did. There's a comfort in routines when you're on vacation, and this one felt normal, even with the rain pounding the roof. I remember standing by the shelves, eyeing the brightly colored boxes, when it happened. The noise was sudden and overwhelming, like a freight train barreling down on us. It was unlike any thunder I had ever heard. It wasn't just loud, it was a deep rumbling that seemed to shake the entire store. Before I even realized what was happening, my mom's arms were around me and my brother, pulling us close, shielding us. She dove over us, and I could feel the weight of her body pressing us down as we hit the floor. I could hear her yelling something, but the noise from outside drowned out her words. It was all I could do to stay still, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, it was like the world had come undone. I'll never forget the sound of the cereal boxes flying off the shelves. The boxes seemed to explode outward, tumbling and spinning through the air. I saw one box hit the floor and burst open, spilling its contents. My mind was racing, but everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. I saw a bottle of milk fly past, shattering against a nearby display. There was a sickening crunching sound, and I realized it wasn't just the cereal boxes hitting the floor, it was the shelves themselves. I heard the metal racks creaking, and then the entire row of shelves toppled backward into the aisle behind us, crashing with a terrible noise. It sounded like the world itself was crumbling, and then the glass windows shattered, sending shards flying across the floor. I remember my mom's hands covering my head, but I could still hear the awful whistling of the wind picking up speed, the force of the tornado pulling everything it could into the vortex. The lights flickered and went out, plunging the store into a chaotic darkness. I couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything but the roaring wind and the crash of flying debris. My mom's grip on me was the only thing that kept me grounded in that moment. Time seemed to stretch on forever, but eventually, the noise started to fade. Slowly, almost painfully, the howling wind died down. It was replaced by a heavy silence. I remember lifting my head cautiously, my ears ringing from the assault of noise. My mom was still holding on to me, but her body was shaking. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw chaos. The store had been torn apart. Shelves were knocked over, goods were scattered everywhere, and the floor was littered with broken glass and torn packaging. People were yelling, scrambling for cover. The air smelled of rain, dust, and something sharp, like metal and broken glass. It was like we were standing in the aftermath of a war zone. I looked around and saw other shoppers, bruised and disoriented. One woman was holding her arm awkwardly, and a man was stumbling, trying to help someone to their feet. I could hear distant cries and screams as people tried to make sense of what had just happened. My mom, with my brother in her arms, looked at me with wide, terrified eyes. She was shaking, but she was still trying to stay calm for us. Then the ambulances arrived. I didn't understand what had happened yet, but it was clear that something huge, something dangerous, had come through. The paramedics rushed into the store, and there were people shouting orders. I didn't know it at the time, but the tornado that had ripped through the store was an F3, one of the most violent kinds. It had come out of nowhere, a storm so powerful it destroyed everything in its path. The store had taken the brunt of it, and we were lucky to have made it out with just a few bruises. The next couple of hours were a blur. We were checked out by medical staff, even though we didn't have any major injuries. My brother had a small cut on his forehead from falling, and I had a bruise on my arm from where I'd been knocked into the shelves. But we were alive, and that was all that mattered. After everything had calmed down, we made our way back to the car. The rain had stopped, and the clouds were beginning to break apart, letting the sun peek through in scattered beams of light. But even with the storm clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something dark still hung in the air. We made the long drive back to the lake, each of us lost in our thoughts. When we got to the cabin, my mom couldn't hold it together anymore. She burst into tears, the weight of what had just happened finally catching up to her. We ran toward the dock, and I remember seeing my dad and my older siblings out on the lake, completely unaware of the disaster we had just survived. They hadn't heard anything, hadn't felt the storm, and here we were, shaken and scared, trying to process what had just happened. My dad came rushing over when he saw my mom, and I remember feeling a little better just seeing him. He didn't say anything, just held us all close. The lake, which had been a place of comfort for so many years, suddenly felt like the safest place in the world. Despite the storm, despite everything, we had survived. We decided to stay the rest of the week, though the campgrounds had been damaged. The lake itself felt calm and safe. My dad and mom drove to a nearby town the next day to get provisions, and when they came back, they told us about the devastation. The little town where the store had been was destroyed. Buildings were torn apart, and homes were flattened. It was heartbreaking, but by the next summer, they rebuilt. The town came together, and slowly, it started to feel like the community was healing. But I never felt quite the same again. The storm had shattered something inside me. I was terrified of storms now, every rumble of thunder making my heart race, every flash of lightning reminding me of that day. I could still hear the sound of the train-like roar, feel the shelves crashing down around me, see the glass shattering. That summer was the last time we went to the lake for a long time. The memories, the images of the tornado ripping through that store, would stay with me for years. But we made it through, and even though the fear stayed with me, I learned something important that day. Sometimes all you can do is hold on, stay calm, and pray you make it out. And in the end, we did. We were lucky. We were survivors. I used to be a regular customer at a convenience store right by my house. It wasn't the closest one, but it was the one I preferred. I'd go in there every day, sometimes more than once, to grab drinks, snacks, or whatever I needed on the fly. The store wasn't big, just a small, local spot with a few aisles, a cash register at the front, and a little cooler section that always seemed to be stocked with everything I wanted. The employees there were friendly enough, but there was one cashier I got to know a little better. Her name was Emily. She was always there when I'd go in, friendly with a smile, usually making small talk or joking around about the things I bought. Over time, we started talking more often. I'd tell her about my day, and she'd tell me about hers. Eventually, we started talking about our personal lives. It was nothing too deep, just casual conversations that seemed to come naturally as I picked up my usual items. I'm not sure when it happened, but after a while, Emily and I became friends. It wasn't a close friendship, but it was a bond that grew over shared moments, even if they were brief, over the counter as I checked out. She'd talk about her boyfriend often, especially after they'd gotten more serious. She always spoke highly of him, gushing about how amazing he was. She'd tell me how he'd moved in with her after a few months of dating, how he'd already become a father figure to her 2 kids, ages 5 and 6. I remember how she'd always light up when she spoke about him, her face practically glowing with happiness. She even talked about plans for their own child, giggling about how they'd soon try for one of their own. She made it sound like everything was perfect, and I believed her too. It seemed like she had finally found someone who truly cared for her and her kids. She'd tell me how great it was, how he treated her children like his own. It was the kind of relationship I think a lot of people dream of, a happy family, the love of a good man, and everything falling into place. I remember one night, I went in like I always did, to grab my daily fountain drink. It was around 8:30 p.m., just like any other night, and when I walked in, I immediately noticed something was off. Emily was standing behind the counter, but she wasn't her usual self. She wasn't smiling, didn't greet me with her usual friendly tone. In fact, she wasn't even looking at me. She kept her eyes cast downward, focused on something on the counter, avoiding eye contact altogether. I gave a little wave, but she didn't wave back. Her face was blank, no smile, no excitement about our usual small talk. At first, I thought maybe she was just tired or having a bad day. It happens, right? People go through rough patches, and sometimes you just don't feel like talking. But it felt different somehow. There was a weight in the air, a quietness that wasn't typical for her. I decided to let it go, thinking she'd be back to her usual self the next time I came in. But the next night, I went in again, and she wasn't there. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she was just off that day, or perhaps she had taken a day off. It was only after the 3rd night, when I showed up again and she was still missing, that I started to wonder what was going on. I asked another cashier about Emily, and they just gave me a vague response. "She's out for a bit," was all they said, not offering any other details. I didn't push it. Maybe it was personal, or maybe she had just needed some time away from work. But something about it didn't sit right with me. I kept thinking about the night before, about how cold and distant she had seemed. It just didn't make sense. A few days later, I found out more about what had happened. I heard the story from one of the regulars who'd been in the store around the time that Emily's absence had started. Apparently, the night I'd seen her last, she'd had an argument with her youngest daughter while getting ready for work. The little girl, 5 years old, had been misbehaving, talking back to Emily's boyfriend. According to what I was told, the boyfriend, this man Emily had talked about so often with such admiration, had snapped. In a fit of rage, he beat the girl until she was unconscious. I couldn't believe it when I first heard. It didn't seem possible. Emily had always spoken of him so lovingly. I had never seen any hint that he was capable of such violence. But apparently, after he beat the child, he laid her on the couch, left her there, and sat down to have dinner with Emily. They ate together, completely unaware, or maybe indifferent, about what had just happened to the little girl. Emily went to work, and the boyfriend didn't bother to check on the child until later that night, when she still hadn't woken up. He called Emily in a panic, saying that she couldn't wake the girl and that she needed to come home and deal with it. By the time I had come into the store, she was already in a daze. It was like something had shattered in her. She barely responded when I said hello, and when she left work that night, she didn't seem like herself at all. I remember her walking out the door, looking like she was lost in thought, her face expressionless, almost like she was in shock. When Emily got home that night, she found her daughter still unconscious. The boyfriend suggested they put her in the bath to try to wake her up, but that didn't work either. They didn't call for help immediately. It wasn't until hours later, around 3 in the morning, when they finally called the police. By then, it was too late. The little girl was dead by the time they got to the hospital. The entire time this was going on, Emily defended her boyfriend. She didn't seem to understand what had really happened. She denied any signs of abuse, even when the police started their investigation. The autopsy revealed a horrific truth. The little girl had been severely beaten before that night. Her body was covered with bruises, cuts, and even bite marks. There were injuries of varying stages, signs that this had been going on for a long time. The worst part was that these marks weren't just on her limbs or her back. They were on her but too, which was something I couldn't even fathom. I couldn't stop thinking about Emily. I had trusted her. I had thought we were friends. But how could someone let this happen? How could a mother ignore what was happening to her own child? The community was in shock. The story spread, and it wasn't long before Emily's boyfriend was arrested. But that didn't change the reality of what had happened. The damage had been done. Her daughter was gone, and the truth had come out. When I heard the full story, I realized how blind I had been. I had known this woman for months, and I never suspected anything. Emily had always been so sweet, so kind. I'd never seen a single hint of what was going on behind closed doors. It made me question everything I had ever known about people. How could I have missed it? How could I have been so wrong about someone I had trusted? As the weeks passed, Emily's life seemed to fall apart. I stopped going to the store for a while. I just couldn't bring myself to face her. She had always been so open with me, and now I felt betrayed. I couldn't understand how she could defend the man who had killed her own daughter. How could she stand by him? How could she have let it all happen right under her nose? I eventually started going back to the store, but I couldn't look her in the eye. She wasn't the same anymore. The bubbly, happy woman I had once known was gone. There was a dullness in her now, a lifelessness that wasn't there before. I wasn't sure if she was ashamed, numb, or just broken beyond repair. Whatever it was, I knew things would never be the same between us. I knew that nothing would ever bring her daughter back. The last time I saw her, she was behind the counter again, but she didn't even try to make small talk. She just looked at the floor, barely acknowledging me when I walked up. There was no smile, no warmth, just cold silence. I couldn't stay any longer. I paid for my items, and as I walked out the door, I felt a lump form in my throat. I didn't know if I could ever look at her the same way again, but I also didn't know if I should even try. She lost her daughter. She lost everything, and I couldn't help but wonder if she would ever come back from this. The boyfriend went to trial, and Emily's world fell apart even further. She had to face the truth of what had happened, but she still couldn't bring herself to completely acknowledge it. Her daughter was gone, and no one could ever bring her back. In the end, I couldn't help but feel a mix of anger, sorrow, and confusion. I couldn't understand how Emily had let this happen. I couldn't understand why she had chosen to turn a blind eye. But the truth was, I would never really know what was going on inside her head. I would never fully understand why she had stayed with him for so long, or why she had continued to defend him. And that was the hardest part of it all, not knowing. It's a strange feeling to have someone you love, someone who's always been there, taken away without warning. Rachel was one of the kindest, most loving people I've ever known. She had this light about her that made everyone feel at ease. She was that person you could call when you needed someone to talk to, when you needed someone to listen, or when you just needed a little bit of sunshine in your day. Everyone around her, myself included, was drawn to her energy. It wasn't just her smile, though that was something special too. It was the way she genuinely cared about everyone she met. She lived in a small town, and her family ran a little shop in the same strip mall where I worked. Her mom's shop was right next door to mine, so I'd often find myself chatting with them both. Rachel's mom was sweet, but Rachel had something about her that made people stick around. People just gravitated towards her. Her brother, Tony, was a whole different kind of person. I first met him when he started interning at the shop where I worked. He was only about 13 at the time, but he was so intelligent for his age. He always had this quiet, calm presence, and he wasn't much of a talker. He wasn't like Rachel, who could light up a room just by being in it. Tony wasn't a bad kid, not at all. He was reserved, and people liked him. But he didn't have that infectious warmth that Rachel carried with her everywhere she went. For a long time, I'd been harboring a crush on Rachel, but it never felt like the right time to tell her. She was always so kind, always so genuine, that sometimes it felt like she could read me better than anyone else. We texted back and forth and had long conversations on the phone, just talking about life, the things that mattered, or sometimes just silly things. And even though I never told her how I felt, I always thought we had this special connection, like there was an unspoken understanding between us. The town we lived in wasn't big, and most people knew each other. Rachel's family was well known, but not for being famous or anything like that. They were known for being good people, and their shop was a part of the fabric of our community. Rachel and her mom always made it a point to check in on me and the others at the shop, which meant a lot. I always felt like I was part of something bigger whenever they stopped by. But all of that changed one night. I'll never forget it. It started like any other evening. I had just finished my shift and was winding down, thinking about the usual things I think about when I'm exhausted from work. What I was going to do the next day, what I might eat for dinner, the mundane stuff. I had texted Rachel earlier that day, and we had joked about meeting up sometime soon. We had this running joke about grabbing a coffee or going on a hike, but life had been busy, and neither of us had gotten around to making it happen. I was at home when I first got the news. It was about 11 p.m. when my phone buzzed. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I saw who it was from, one of my co-workers from the shop. I don't remember exactly what the message said, but it was something along the lines of, "Did you hear what happened to Rachel?" My heart dropped immediately. Something about that message, just those words, made my blood run cold. I knew it wasn't good, but I couldn't have imagined how bad it really was. I called her right away, but there was no answer. I kept calling, and each ring just felt like it stretched on forever. I texted her, but still nothing. That sinking feeling in my stomach only grew stronger, and I felt a tightness in my chest like I couldn't breathe properly. I had to know what happened, so I decided to go over to their house. My hands were shaking as I drove. It didn't take long to get there. It never did, but it felt like hours. By the time I arrived, it was already dark, and the street was eerily quiet. The house looked the same as it always did, but it felt different, like something was wrong. I parked in front of the house and stood there for a moment, staring up at the window where Rachel's bedroom light would usually be on. I walked up to the door and knocked. I didn't know who was going to answer, but I didn't expect to be met with silence. When the door finally opened, it wasn't Rachel's mom, but someone else. It was Rachel's dad. His face was pale, his eyes wide, and he looked as if he had aged years in a single night. He barely spoke when he opened the door, just a quiet, "You should come inside." Inside, everything was different. The air was heavy, thick with an unsettling tension. I could hear the muffled sounds of voices, but they were distant, almost hollow. as if they were coming from another world entirely. Rachel's mom was sitting at the kitchen table, her face buried in her hands. She didn't look up when I entered, but I could see the tears running down her cheeks. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't process what was going on. All I could think was that I needed to know what had happened. Tony was sitting on the couch, his eyes blank, emotionless, staring straight ahead as if he wasn't even in the room. I noticed a dark stain on his shirt, but I couldn't bring myself to look at it for too long. That's when I heard it. One of the police officers who had been there earlier finally spoke up, explaining what had happened, and every word hit me like a punch to the gut. Tony had shot Rachel. At first, I thought I had misheard. There had to be some mistake. But the officer's words were clear. Tony, Rachel's younger brother, had shot her multiple times. He had come downstairs with a pistol, walked right up to her, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. After that, he started walking upstairs, planning to shoot his parents too. His father, thank God, had been able to wrestle the gun away before Tony could do any more damage. The police said Tony didn't know why he did it. He had no emotion on his face, no remorse. When they asked him why, all he said was that he didn't know. His eyes were empty, no guilt, no sadness, no anything. Just blank. He didn't even seem to realize the magnitude of what he had done. Rachel was gone, and Tony was now facing a murder charge. I didn't know how to process this. It was so surreal. Rachel, the girl who was always so kind, so full of life, was gone just like that. In a single moment. I stayed at their house for a long time, but I couldn't really bring myself to speak to anyone. I didn't know what to say to her parents, who were still in shock, and I didn't know how to comfort Tony, who was sitting there like a shell of the person he once was. It was so quiet in that house, the kind of silence that felt like it might swallow you whole. The weeks that followed were a blur. There were court dates, interviews with police, and a lot of people talking about what happened. Tony's trial began, but no one really understood why he had done it. His family didn't understand. His friends didn't understand. I didn't understand. We all just kept asking ourselves why. There were rumors that maybe Tony had been struggling with something. Maybe he had a mental break, but nobody really had answers. All we knew for sure was that Rachel was gone. That beautiful, loving girl was just gone. I tried to move on, but it felt impossible. I kept expecting to see Rachel, expecting her to come around the corner with that big, warm smile of hers, but it never happened. And every time I remembered her, it hurt. The pain didn't go away. I still think about her all the time, and I'll always miss her. It's been a long time now, but I can't forget Rachel. She was a light in this world, and she made everything a little bit brighter. Even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of her absence. Tony's trial went on for months, and eventually, he was convicted, but nothing will ever bring Rachel back. Nothing will ever fill that hole. I keep going. I keep living my life, but Rachel's memory is always with me. She's in my thoughts, in my heart, and no matter how many years pass, she'll always be a part of me. I can't explain why it happened. I can't explain Tony's actions, but I'll never forget Rachel, the girl who changed everything just by being herself. It was a warm summer morning, around 26 years ago, and the air had that familiar crispness to it, like everything had been touched by the sun's rays, just enough to make the world feel like it was alive. I was up early, as usual, to get ready for work. I always liked to leave on time, or even a little early, just to avoid the rush of traffic and to get a good start to my day. My daughter, who was 14 at the time, was still asleep, as was my husband. I made my way down the stairs, the old wooden floor creaking under my feet, as I walked into the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee. I remember that morning vividly, the smell of coffee brewing, the warmth of the sun spilling in through the windows, and the sound of birds chirping in the distance. It all seemed like a peaceful, normal morning, but it was anything but that. As I stood there in the kitchen, sipping my coffee, I heard the telephone ring. It was a familiar sound, the kind of noise you don't think much of until it demands your attention. It wasn't particularly unusual for the phone to ring at that time, so I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. But as soon as I picked up the receiver, I felt an odd chill run down my spine. "Hello," I said, trying to mask the surprise in my voice. On the other end was a young man's voice, polite and calm. "Good morning, ma'am," he said. "Could I speak with your daughter, please?" I wasn't sure why, but something about his voice didn't sit right with me. It sounded older than I had expected, too deep for the boys in my daughter's friend group. My protective instincts kicked in, and I was immediately on alert. "How old are you?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral but firm. I know it might sound overprotective, but I had every right to be concerned. The last thing I wanted was for my daughter to get mixed up with some stranger. The man responded politely, "I'm 21. At that moment, every alarm bell in my head went off. A 21-year-old man calling to speak with my 14-year-old daughter? It didn't sit right with me at all. I wasn't the type of mother to tolerate that kind of thing, not even for a second. I didn't hesitate. "My daughter doesn't take calls from 21-year-old men," I said, my voice icy with authority. "If you call again, I will contact the police." I made sure to make my voice as stern as possible, letting him know without a doubt that I meant every word. There was no mistaking my tone. He responded with a simple, "Yes, ma'am," and I slammed the receiver down, my heart still racing. I couldn't explain why, but I felt a sense of dread that lingered in my chest. I went about my day, but the strange call stayed with me. I told a colleague at work about it, more to vent than anything else. She laughed, dismissing it as some harmless mistake or misunderstanding. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It felt like a warning I couldn't quite decipher, like I had narrowly avoided something dangerous. Weeks passed, and I tried to put it out of my mind. Life went on as usual. But then, one day, as I was leaving for work again, I saw the morning newspaper on my front step. It was a strange coincidence, considering I had just been thinking about that odd call not long ago. I picked it up, opened it, and the headline nearly stopped my heart. "Body of missing teenager found in rural area," the headline read. My eyes scanned the article, my hands trembling as I read the details. They had found the remains of a young girl in a heavily wooded area, and her identity had been confirmed. Her name was Tina Franks. Tina. I remembered her. My daughter had a few casual friends in our old neighborhood, and one of them was named Tina. I knew her well enough, but they weren't particularly close. I hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, with the name in front of me, a cold shiver ran through my body. I stood there, frozen in place, the newspaper still in my hands. I didn't know how to process it. My daughter, still asleep upstairs, had no idea. I walked quietly to her room, feeling my breath catch in my throat. As I peeked in, I saw her still curled up in bed, the sheets tangled around her. Teenagers, I thought. Waking them up was like trying to move a mountain. They could sleep through anything. I set the paper down on her nightstand, making sure she would see it when she woke up. I didn't know what I expected to happen next, but I went about my day at work. It wasn't until hours later that I got the call. My daughter's voice on the other end, shaky and filled with tears. I could hear her struggling to speak, her words coming out in broken sobs. "Mom, it was Tina," she said, barely able to get the words out. I immediately felt my heart drop. I rushed home, not even bothering to explain to my boss. The drive felt like it took forever, but it was only a few minutes before I was pulling into the driveway. My daughter was sitting on the stairs when I got inside, her face tear-streaked and pale. I knelt down beside her, wrapping my arms around her, doing my best to comfort her. Through her sobs, she explained what had happened. The police had contacted her. Tina's remains had been found, and they had questions for her. They wanted to know about the last time she saw Tina. According to my daughter, she had seen Tina at a downtown bus stop near the end of the school year. Tina had tried to convince her to go to a party, but my daughter had plans to meet me at my office. They were supposed to go to dinner and a movie. She hadn't gone, and now Tina was gone forever. The police had asked my daughter to describe what Tina had been wearing that day. I couldn't help but feel a chill creep up my spine when I realized that my daughter had been the last person to see Tina before she met her killer. That was when the full weight of the situation hit me. It was all too real. A few days later, the RCMP called again. They wanted to ask my daughter a few more questions. This time, they told her that Tina's killer had been caught. He had been found after an incident with another young man. They had discovered the young man, bound and bleeding, near the Trans-Canada Highway. He had described being in the woods with a man and two teenage girls, drinking, when he had been hit over the head with a bat and tied up. He had regained consciousness and somehow made it to the highway, where he was found. The RCMP had searched the area, and 7 hours later, they found the man in a van with the two girls, who had been raped and beaten. The man had videotaped the assault. The police found Tina's remains shortly after. It was a gruesome discovery. The whole thing made my stomach turn, the horror of it all. The more I learned, the more I realized just how close we had come to losing my daughter that day. The killer had Tina's address book, and our phone number was underlined. It was a chilling realization. I had spoken to the man who murdered my daughter's friend. The thought haunted me, but I couldn't help but feel a small sense of relief. I had done what I had to do. I had been the rude, overbearing mom that day, and it had saved my daughter's life. I had no way of knowing what would have happened if I hadn't picked up that phone, if I hadn't asked that man how old he was, if I hadn't set those boundaries with him. I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't ignore the fact that my protective instincts had kept her safe. Years passed and my daughter grew up. She married and had children of her own. She became a mother, and like me, she became protective of her own kids. Her girls affectionately called her Mama Bear because she too was fiercely protective. She had learned from the best, I suppose. We both knew how important it was to stay vigilant, to always protect our loved ones, no matter what. And as for me, I still think about that call sometimes, especially when I hear about something terrible in the news. I can't help but wonder if there are more stories like ours out there, where a simple, ordinary action, like picking up the phone, could change everything. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't been there that day, but I do know this. My daughter is here, safe and sound, and I will always be grateful for that. I lived in a quiet, rural area where everyone knew everyone, and things like this just didn't happen. At least, not often enough for anyone to think it was anything more than a passing tragedy. It's a place where you could leave your door unlocked and not think twice. Everyone's parents knew each other, and the kids all went to the same schools or attended the same after-school activities. It was simple, and the kinds of things that seemed to happen in the city never reached us. Or at least, that's what I thought. The three young men involved were all close, the kind of friends who spent every weekend together, laughing, hanging out, and making the most of their youth. Two of them were cousins, Jake and Cody, and the third, Levi, was their best friend. They all lived close by, though they didn't spend much time at each other's homes outside of parties or casual visits. They were the sort of group you'd find at any small-town high school, with a little bit of a reputation for being wild, but nothing too reckless. At least, that's how I saw it from the outside. That night, it had started like any other. The three of them were hanging out at a party in the nearby town, drinking, and having a good time, probably not thinking much about the future. They didn't have any real plans, just living in the moment, enjoying their youth. Eventually, the cousins decided they'd head home, maybe a little earlier than they expected, but they had things to do the next day. Levi, however, decided to stay. It wasn't clear if he made a phone call, or if they just thought it was a good idea to go back for him. But at some point, Jake and Cody decided to make the drive back into town to pick up Levi. They got in the car, heading out along the country roads, the windows down, the music blasting, beer bottles scattered in the back seat, the smoke of cigarettes hanging thick in the air. The kind of carefree, rebellious energy that everyone's felt in their younger years, especially in the isolated areas where it feels like no one's watching. They weren't in a hurry, but the way they acted, you could tell they weren't thinking clearly. They weren't paying attention to the speed limit, to the roads. They were too focused on their own little world. They passed the familiar landmarks, the wide, open fields dotted with farmhouses, the landscape blurred by the speed of the car. It wasn't long before they reached the last stretch of rural road that separated them from the town, the point where the houses were further apart, and the area felt more isolated. This was the point where they felt safe to continue driving without much concern, where the chances of running into a police officer were slim. Jake, the driver, was speeding. He'd been drinking, but like so many people who think they're invincible, he didn't feel the danger. The weight of his decision didn't hit him until it was too late. It was just a simple lapse of control. The road curved, the tires lost grip, and in that moment, everything went sideways. The next few moments were a blur for Jake, as his car shot off the road, speeding uncontrollably toward a concrete wall. The sound of the crash was like nothing I had ever imagined. A sickening crunch of metal, glass shattering, and the screech of tires as they slid across the pavement. Everything collided at once. The smell of burning rubber, the metallic taste of blood from the broken glass, the twisting of the car as it came to a screeching halt. In an instant, it was over. The world had turned upside down. I didn't hear about the crash until the next morning, and it wasn't the kind of thing you think much about right away. I had heard the sirens, sure, but I didn't know whose car it was. It wasn't until later when I found out that it was them, Jake, Cody, and Levi, the three guys who were always around, the ones who everyone knew. And now, they were fighting for their lives. I went to the hospital that afternoon, trying to make sense of the tragedy. Everyone was there. The families were sitting in the waiting room. Jake and Cody's parents, their cousins, their aunts, and uncles. It was an unbearable sight, one that doesn't really make sense until you're sitting in the middle of it. The tension in the air was suffocating. It was clear that no one knew what was going to happen next, and everyone was just waiting for news. Jake, the driver, had been resuscitated at the scene, but the doctors told his family that there was little hope for him. His injuries were so severe that they believed he was brain dead. Cody, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, had died instantly, his body thrown through the windshield, a horrific sight for anyone who had to look at him. The medical staff were doing everything they could to stabilize Levi, who had been in the back seat. His injuries were just as severe, but for some reason, he was still alive. He was unconscious, his head swollen to an almost unrecognizable size, blood trickling from his ears and nose. They weren't sure if he was going to make it. The family was told to say their goodbyes, though no one wanted to admit the truth. There were moments of silence, broken only by the sound of quiet sobs or whispered prayers. The waiting room was a room full of people grieving, not knowing how to handle the grief of losing one child and possibly losing another. Everyone knew what was coming. They just didn't know when. The next few hours dragged by, and we learned that Jake was taken off life support. He passed away soon after, his body no longer able to hold on. His family was devastated, of course, but no one could understand the depth of the pain that came next, the waiting. Everyone waited, hoping for a miracle, but fearing the worst. Levi hung on. His recovery was slow, excruciating. It was clear he had a long road ahead of him, and no one knew what to expect. It was a miracle that he survived it all. His leg was broken badly, shattered really, and doctors believed he had been thrown forward during the crash, but his leg had caught on something in the back seat, saving him from being thrown through the windshield. That broken leg was his saving grace, the only thing that kept him from sharing the same fate as Cody. As Levi slowly started to regain consciousness, the bitterness began to set in. While everyone was initially sympathetic toward him, their sorrow quickly turned to resentment. Levi wasn't the one who had died, and now he was walking out of that hospital, while Jake and Cody would never have the chance to. It didn't matter that it wasn't his fault. It didn't matter that they were all drinking and speeding together. He had survived, and for some reason, that felt like a betrayal. The two grieving families, the families of Jake and Cody, turned their grief into anger. They blamed Levi for it all. They couldn't fathom how he could walk out of that hospital while their children, their nephews, would never get the chance. The sympathy they once felt for him slowly turned into accusations. They said he should never have called them, never have asked them to come back and pick him up. They called him a killer, a murderer, despite knowing, deep down, that none of it would have happened if they had been wearing seat belts, if they hadn't been speeding, if they hadn't been drinking. But it didn't matter. In their minds, Levi was responsible. He was the reason their sons were gone. When he finally walked out of the hospital, his leg in a cast, he didn't get the warm welcome he expected. The looks from Jake and Cody's parents were cold, distant. They made sure he knew that they thought he had killed their children. That guilt weighed heavily on him. But what could he do? He had been a part of it all, but not the cause of it. It was a tragic accident, but now, Levi had to carry that burden with him forever. Levi never really recovered from that. Sure, his body healed, and he learned to walk again, but the emotional scars stayed with him. The bitterness, the resentment, the guilt, it was all too much. He didn't know how to fix it. He didn't know if he ever could. And even though he had lived, in a way, he felt like he had lost everything. His friends were gone. Their families hated him. The quiet rural life he had known was shattered. In the years that followed, the families never really recovered. The grieving turned into anger, and the anger turned into more anger. The community that had once been close-knit, the people who had lived their lives side by side, now felt fractured, broken. The tragedy had created a divide that could never be repaired. The families of Jake and Cody never really spoke to Levi again, and the whispers that had started at the hospital turned into full-fledged rumors that followed him wherever he went. That's what it's like when something like this happens. It doesn't just affect the people involved. It ripples through everyone who's even remotely connected, and it stays with you forever. What happened that night, what those three young men went through, stays with everyone who heard about it who saw the aftermath. It's one of those things that you never forget, no matter how much time passes. I think about that night a lot. I think about how easily things could have turned out differently. If they had just been a little more careful, a little more aware. If they had just made better choices. But they didn't. And now, it's a story that I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. Because that kind of tragedy isn't just something that happens to other people. It happens to you too. And it's the kind of thing that makes you realize how fragile everything really is. The night had been quiet, the kind of silence that makes everything feel peaceful. My wife and I had been in bed for hours, just the soft rhythm of our breathing filling the room. Our baby, only 6 months old, was in his crib in the next room. The baby monitor sat on the nightstand, the small, green light indicating it was on and working. We'd gotten used to the low hum of its static, the occasional crackle when a car drove by outside. It was comforting, like a presence in the house that kept us alert. We were deep into a dreamless sleep when something woke us up. It wasn't a loud bang or a loud crash, nothing like that. Instead, it was a sharp, unsettling sound coming from the baby monitor. It didn't sound like our baby. It didn't sound like anything I had ever heard before. It was an odd noise, almost like a low growl or a grumble, but it didn't quite fit any animal sound I knew. It was muffled and scratchy, distorted like a broken speaker. I shot up in bed, my heart racing before I even understood what was happening. I turned toward my wife. She was awake too, her eyes wide, staring at the baby monitor. For a moment, neither of us moved. We just listened. It came again, this time louder. But it wasn't our baby. There was no crying, no cooing, no baby talk. It was just that strange sound, like something scratching the air. "What was that?" my wife whispered, her voice shaky, but I could tell she was trying to stay calm. I don't know why, but I didn't answer right away. I just stared at the monitor. We had both heard it, but I think we both hoped it would stop. That maybe it was just interference or something easily explainable. But there was no other sound, no footsteps, no creaking floorboards, nothing that would suggest someone was in the house. Just that sound, and then silence again. I hesitated, then reached over and turned the volume down on the monitor, hoping it would help. It did, but the feeling in the room didn't go away. It didn't feel right. I felt unsettled, but not enough to panic. I didn't want to alarm my wife, so I just told her to go back to sleep. Maybe it was just static, I reasoned. Maybe a weird glitch or some outside interference. We had a few old electrical lines running through the house. Maybe it was that. We lay back down, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The air felt too still, too thick. My mind kept replaying that sound over and over. It wasn't normal, and it certainly wasn't my baby. But there was nothing else. The house didn't creak. The dog didn't bark. There were no footsteps or voices. We had no reason to think someone had been in the house, so I convinced myself that we were just being paranoid. Morning came too quickly. The sun filtered in through the blinds, the usual warm morning light creeping into the room. I woke up slowly, my mind still a little foggy from the night's sleep, or lack of it. I glanced over at my wife. She was still asleep, her face relaxed in the light of the morning. But I couldn't ignore that feeling from the night before, that unease that seemed to be hanging around me like a fog. I got out of bed, stretching and trying to shake off the weirdness. I headed down the hall to check on our baby. The nursery door was closed, just like always. I opened it slowly, half expecting the baby to be crying. But there was nothing. It was quiet, too quiet. I walked in, and my heart skipped a beat. The baby's crib was empty. I froze, my mind instantly jumping to the worst possible conclusion. My legs felt like they were made of lead, and it took everything in me to force my body to move. But then I saw him. He was still in his crib, curled up on his side, fast asleep. Relief flooded over me, but the strange sense of unease didn't leave. Something felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on it. As I moved to check on him more closely, I noticed something odd. The window. It was open. Not just a crack, but about a foot wide. I could see the curtains gently fluttering, the morning breeze moving them. The window had always been stuck shut, locked, and impossible to open. I knew that for a fact because I had tried to open it myself a few times before. I walked over to the window, my heart pounding as I approached. I reached up and touched the sill, then the lock. It wasn't broken. It wasn't loose. It was locked, just like it had always been. But it was open. I tried not to panic. Maybe I had forgotten. Maybe my wife had opened it without realizing. But no, I would have heard her. I would have seen her do it. I could feel my pulse quickening as I pulled the window shut. The sound it made as it clicked into place sent a shiver down my spine. It was the same sound we had heard from the baby monitor last night. That same strange, unsettling noise. I pulled the window all the way down, trying to tell myself it was nothing, that there was a logical explanation. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I ran my hand along the frame. Nothing. No sign of forced entry. No signs of anything being disturbed. But that sound, that damn noise, kept playing in my head. I stood there for a moment, staring at the window. Then, without thinking, I stepped back toward the crib, checking again on our baby. He was still asleep, completely unaware. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It could have been a coincidence, right? There were 100 explanations, but none of them felt good. My wife woke up a few minutes later, stretching and yawning. She came into the nursery to check on the baby, and I could tell she was already in a good mood. She smiled when she saw him, but I couldn't get rid of the nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. "Everything okay?" she asked, noticing my silence. I nodded, but I knew I wasn't convinced. "Yeah, I just noticed something weird." She raised an eyebrow. "Weird? What do you mean?" I hesitated for a moment. I didn't want to worry her, but I had to tell her. The window was open. It wasn't just cracked. It was wide open. Her expression shifted, and she walked over to the window. "That's impossible. It's always been stuck shut." I nodded, feeling my pulse pick up again. That's what I thought. But it was open. She walked over to me, her face pale. "Do you think someone came in?" I didn't want to say it, but it was the only thought that made sense. "I don't know, but we need to be sure. Check the locks. Check the doors." We spent the next half hour going over every possible angle. Every door, every window, everything was locked up tight. There was no sign of anything out of place, nothing that indicated anyone had been inside the house. The locks were all intact. The dog hadn't barked. There was no sign of forced entry. But that sound, that damn sound from the baby monitor, it kept haunting me. We checked the monitor. It was fine now. No strange noises. It was as if nothing had happened at all. That night, I lay in bed again, wide awake. The silence in the house was unbearable. My mind kept racing. Could someone have gotten in? Could there be someone out there, watching us, waiting for the right moment? I kept going over the events in my mind. The baby monitor, the strange sound, the open window. Everything about it felt wrong, like something was hidden just beneath the surface. Something I couldn't see, couldn't understand. The next few nights were normal. No strange noises, no open windows, but I couldn't let it go. I kept checking the locks. I kept making sure everything was secure. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened, something I didn't understand. One afternoon, about a week later, I got a call. It was from a neighbor, someone I barely knew. They had just found a strange set of footprints leading up to our house. They were fresh, the kind of prints you get when someone is trying to be quiet, trying not to be noticed. They led right up to our front door, then stopped. My heart sank. I never did figure out what happened that night. I don't know if anyone was ever in the house. I don't know who or what was making that noise. But after that, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something had been watching us. Something had been inside our home, something that we didn't understand. The sound on the baby monitor was never heard again. The window never opened again. But I never stopped checking. I never stopped wondering what had really happened that night. And to this day, I'm not sure I ever will. I was about 13 or 14 when this happened. You know how people talk about their favorite rides at amusement parks? Well, for me, there was always one that stood out, Viper. This ride, this wooden roller coaster, had been my absolute favorite ever since I first laid eyes on it. The thrill, the sound of the wheels clattering over the old wooden tracks, the sharp turns, it was like nothing else. You could tell it was an older ride, but that's what made it so special. It wasn't smooth. It didn't give you that sanitized, cookie-cutter feeling that newer rides had. It had character. But looking back, I can't help but think there were more than just the thrills going on that day. I had been to that park a handful of times before, but this time was different. Maybe it was because I had started growing older. Maybe it was just that feeling you get when you're not a kid anymore, and the world doesn't seem as simple as it used to. But on that day, something felt off. I was with my friend, and we were both hyped up to get in line for Viper, like we always did. The whole day had been great, the weather was perfect, and we had already hit a bunch of other rides. But when we reached Viper, I felt a strange tension in the air. The line was longer than usual, and as I looked at the ride from the queue, I couldn't shake the weird feeling in my stomach. It was like something wasn't right. My friend joked about the roller coaster being old, but I didn't laugh. We finally made our way to the front, and I could feel the anxiety creeping up my spine. There was something about the way the wooden structure creaked in the wind that made me uneasy. As we climbed into the seat, I remember feeling like I wasn't as excited as I usually was. Normally, I would have been amped up, buzzing with anticipation, but not that day. Something about the ride just felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was like my instincts were warning me. I told myself to ignore it, to just have fun and go with it, but the sensation didn't go away. I even looked over at my friend, who was already in his seat, adjusting his safety bar, and I could see that he was acting a little off too. He looked like he was thinking the same thing I was. The ride operator checked our restraints, and I didn't think much of it at first. The usual pre-ride safety routine. But there was something different about the way the operator's eyes lingered on the seatbelt. Almost like he was double-checking it. Maybe just a little too much. That's when it hit me. There was something about the seat, the way it didn't quite feel right. It wasn't like the other seats I'd been in. The bar seemed a little loose. The seat itself had an unusual amount of give when I sat down. My heart started to race, and I wondered if I was just overthinking it. The ride started, and I did my best to push the feeling down. The first few drops and turns were familiar, the excitement building with every twist. But halfway through, I couldn't ignore it any longer. The seat was rattling, more than usual. It was like it was barely holding together, the metal frame shaking under the force of the ride. I glanced over at my friend. His face was pale, and he looked just as uneasy as I felt. I opened my mouth to say something, but he beat me to it. He looked over at me, his voice shaky as he asked, "Yo, dude, is something wrong with this seat?" I nodded, my stomach flipping. "Yeah, this doesn't feel right. I think I'm gonna stand up a bit." He didn't hesitate. He unbuckled himself, and in that moment, I did the same. As soon as I started to stand up, I realized just how much the seat had been shaking. My legs wobbled a little, and I clung to the safety bar in front of me. And then, the unthinkable happened. The seat buckled beneath me, the entire frame of it giving way. For a split second, everything seemed to freeze. I was standing there, exposed, with nothing between me and the dizzying drops of the roller coaster. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest as I looked around, panic rising in me like a tidal wave. The wind was rushing past my face, and the only thing keeping me from plummeting was my grip on the safety bar. I'm not sure how I managed to hold on, but I did. My friend, still standing next to me, had the same panicked look on his face. The world seemed to slow down, and all I could think about was how close we were to disaster. We were inches away from falling off the ride. If either of us had made the wrong move, if we hadn't stood up when we did, we would have been thrown into the track below us, tangled in the rails. The ride didn't stop. I don't know why. The rest of the ride continued, and I just held on for dear life, trying not to let my fear get the best of me. The rattling was worse now, louder than before, and I could hear the creaking of the wood beneath us, as if it was struggling to hold up the weight of the coaster and us. The turns were sharp, and every time the ride jerked, I felt like I was about to be flung out of my seat. It wasn't fun anymore. There was no thrill, just the pure, raw fear of what might happen if we didn't make it to the end. Somehow, though, we did. The ride finished, the final turn bringing us safely back to the platform. I don't even remember how I got out of the seat, but I was on solid ground again, shaking uncontrollably. My friend wasn't much better. We stood there for a moment, processing what had just happened. I don't think either of us said anything for a while. We didn't have to. The look on his face said it all. We had just narrowly avoided a very dangerous situation, and we both knew it. Looking back on it now, I can't believe we didn't say something sooner. We didn't press charges, didn't make a big deal out of it. Maybe we were too young and scared to understand the gravity of what happened, or maybe we just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. But I often wonder if someone had gotten hurt, or worse. What if the ride hadn't held up? What if we had stayed sitting down, trusting that the ride would be fine? That feeling of the seat rattling, the way it felt like everything was on the verge of breaking, it still haunts me to this day. As soon as we got off the ride, we both walked straight to the exit of the park. We didn't want to stick around. The adrenaline had worn off, and all I wanted was to go home. The rest of the day felt like a blur. We didn't even talk about it much. We didn't have to. We both knew that what had happened wasn't just some freak accident. There was something wrong with that ride, and it could have been a lot worse than it was. Looking back now, I feel stupid for not speaking up, for not telling someone, for not making sure that ride got shut down before something worse happened. Maybe someone else would have taken it more seriously, but we were kids. I was a kid, and at the time, I just wanted to forget about it, to pretend nothing had happened. But the truth is, I can't shake the feeling that we got lucky. Really lucky. I don't know what happened to Viper after that. I haven't been back to that park in years, and I've heard rumors that it might have been shut down or refitted with new seats. But I'll never forget that ride, and I'll never forget the feeling of sitting there, knowing that something was terribly wrong, but being powerless to do anything about it. I should have pressed charges, I should have said something, but the truth is, I was scared, and I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. Now, when I see or hear about that ride, I can't help but think about what could have happened. It was one of those moments where you realize that you're not invincible, that even the things you trust can fail in the blink of an eye. And I'll never forget how close I came to not making it off that ride. It was a warm afternoon, the kind where the air feels thick and everything around you seems to hum with the quiet activity of nature. My dad grew up in the countryside of Cuba, on a small farm far from any bustling towns. It was the kind of place where the days stretched on long and slow, with the sun dominating the sky until it finally sank behind the mountains. My dad always tells me about those days like they were a different life, a time when everything was simple, peaceful even, and the land was the only thing that mattered. But when he talks about that afternoon, it's as if everything changes. There's something in his eyes, a quick, sharp flicker of unease. And for someone like him, who doesn't believe in anything outside of what he can see, it's enough to make you wonder. He was out in the fields, working like usual. He was used to it, didn't think much of it. He'd been doing this kind of labor since he was a kid, helping his family with the crops. It was late in the day, and the sun was dipping behind the horizon, leaving only a pale, fading light that bathed the land in a soft glow. He wasn't worried about the dark. He knew the land like the back of his hand. The animals, the trees, the streams, he could navigate it all even without the sun guiding him. The smell of the earth, the plants, the dust, everything was as it always was, familiar and comforting. But that comfort would be short-lived. As he made his way back toward the house, he caught something strange in the air. A stench, one that immediately made his stomach turn. It was heavy, overpowering, like something had rotted for days, maybe weeks. He looked around, confused, trying to figure out where it was coming from. But all he could see were the tall, thick trees that bordered the land, casting long shadows in the dim light. He didn't think much of it at first, just shrugged it off as the smell of something dying in the forest, or maybe some animal carcass hidden among the brush. He'd seen plenty of dead animals over the years. His family had chickens, pigs, and cattle, and sometimes they'd get sick or get taken by predators. It wasn't unusual, but it was the smell that stuck with him. It was too strong, too rancid, like something unnatural. He walked a little faster, his boots crunching over the dry ground as he made his way through the trees. When he reached the clearing near the house, that's when he saw it. At first, it didn't make sense. He couldn't understand what he was looking at, couldn't quite believe his eyes. Standing in the center of the clearing, bathed in the pale light of the rising moon, was a creature. A shape that didn't belong in that world, in that peaceful, familiar place. It was a horse, at least it looked like one. But something was wrong. The creature stood tall, strong, its body muscular, covered in thick, dark fur, but it had no head. No eyes, no ears, no snout, just a smooth, blank, empty space where the head should have been. He said it was unsettling, something so unnatural about it that it made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He walked a little closer, trying to make sense of it, trying to figure out what it was. But as he circled the creature, he noticed something else. It wasn't breathing. There was no rise and fall of its chest. No movement of any kind, like it was frozen in place. It wasn't just the lack of a head that made it terrifying. It was the fact that it was still, unnaturally still. Even when my dad was close enough to almost touch it, there was nothing. No twitch, no response. The air around it felt thick, like the world itself was holding its breath, and my dad, for the first time in his life, felt a genuine, overwhelming sense of dread. My dad wasn't one for stories. He wasn't someone who would jump to conclusions or start imagining things. He had always been practical, logical, nothing that couldn't be explained by science or reason. But standing there, in that dark clearing, with that creature before him, something in him snapped. His rational mind couldn't process what he was seeing, and fear began to creep up his spine, cold and hard. He stepped back, his heart pounding, and that's when the smell hit him again, stronger than before. It was like it was coming from the creature itself, like it was wrapped in decay. The smell of rotting meat, of something long past its time, filled his nose, and he knew then that he had to leave. That whatever this thing was, it wasn't meant to be there. He didn't stop to think about it. The fear was too strong. He ran. He didn't look back, didn't stop until he was safely inside the house, his breath ragged, his hands shaking. It wasn't until later, when he sat down with the rest of his family, that he started to make sense of it, but even then, he couldn't explain it. He told them what he had seen, the creature, the stench, the way it stood there in the clearing, motionless, without a head. His family, being just as skeptical as he was, tried to brush it off as an overactive imagination, a trick of the moonlight, maybe a wild animal that had been mutilated by something else. But my dad couldn't shake the feeling, couldn't shake the dread that had washed over him in that moment. And it wasn't just him. Other members of the family, over the years, had experienced strange things on that land. There were stories of voices in the night, of shadows moving where there shouldn't be any. People talked about hearing footsteps when no one was around or catching glimpses of figures out of the corner of their eyes. But none of those things ever really shook him, not until that day. He would later admit to me, years later, that the fear he felt in that clearing, seeing that creature, was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. It was a deep, primal terror that left him cold even now when he thought about it. He never went out in the fields after dark again. And though he would go on to work the farm with his usual determination and effort, the sight of that creature haunted him. Even now, as he tells me the story, there's something in his eyes that betrays his usual calm. He doesn't speak of it often, but when he does, the memory is so clear, so vivid, that it seems to stretch the years and bring him right back to that night. There's no explanation for what he saw that day. No logical reasoning that can make sense of a headless horse standing still in a moonlit clearing, filling the air with the stench of decay. And for someone like my dad, someone who's always been rational, always believed in science and reason, that's what makes it all the more unsettling. He can't explain it, and it doesn't fit with anything he knows, but it happened. And no matter how much he tries to rationalize it, the feeling, the fear, never quite goes away. Even now, when we visit family in Cuba and we drive past the land, I can see the look in his eyes as we pass that same clearing. He doesn't say anything, but I know. And somehow it feels like that creature, that thing is still there, waiting in the shadows, unseen but always present. The land is full of stories, full of strange things that can't be explained. But for my dad, the story of the headless horse will always be the one that stays with him, the one he can never forget. Because no matter how much he tries to deny it, there are some things that can't be explained away, no matter how logical or skeptical you are. And some things are better left unexplained. I never thought much of the story my mom told me about her time as a university student. It was just another one of those tales, one of many she shared while we were sitting together on the couch, drinking tea, or when I'd ask her about the old days. But the story I'm going to tell you now, the one she shared with me years ago, sticks with me in a way I can't shake off. Mom went to university in the same city I ended up in, though I went to the renamed version of the university she attended. It was the same campus, the same atmosphere, the same streets, but years apart. She had been through a lot during her time there, and one of the things that stuck with her the most was a terrifying experience she had with someone who had been stalking her. Mom lived in shared housing during her time at university. The house was an old, rundown building, typical for students, with creaky floorboards, peeling paint on the walls, and rooms that always smelled faintly of dampness. She shared the house with 3 other girls, each of them attending different courses. They didn't always get along perfectly, but they were all in it together, dealing with the stress of studying, the pressure of deadlines, and the usual student life. But what started as a normal, albeit cramped, living situation quickly turned into something much darker. It began with strange occurrences, things going missing, Nothing major at first, just odd little things that might not make you question too much. A single sock, a favorite pen, small things you might not notice right away. But as time went on, it became clear that something wasn't quite right. The girls would return to the house after a day at uni and find that doors had been opened, things had been moved, and their personal items, things that should have been private, were out of place. It wasn't as though anything valuable was taken. No electronics, no cash, no jewelry, nothing you could easily track. But there were always small signs, subtle clues that someone had been there. My mom said that they even called the police a few times, but there wasn't much they could do. There was no evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints. Just the strange feeling that someone had been in the house, moving around in the dark while they were out. The girls grew more and more uneasy, but they tried to go on with their lives. What else could they do? They couldn't keep looking over their shoulders forever. Mom never thought too much of it at first. She had her own suspicions. She thought it might have been one of her housemates taking things. Maybe they were borrowing her clothes without asking, or perhaps they were just absent-mindedly misplacing things. But when a few of her personal items went missing, her underwear, her bras, she started to feel uncomfortable. She wondered if one of the girls had taken them, maybe out of some strange habit, or if they had ended up mixed up in the laundry pile. She asked a few times, but everyone just shrugged it off. It didn't seem worth making a big deal about, at least not until things started to escalate. Then one day, something changed. Mom found a notice on the front door of the house that one of her housemates, a girl she'd gotten along with fairly well, was moving out. She decided to move to a different place, somewhere closer to the university. The notice was short, and it didn't leave much room for anything else. Mom wasn't particularly surprised, but it did mean there was a vacancy in the house, and someone else would have to move in. That someone was a girl from another department at the university. She was quiet, kept to herself, and didn't seem to fit in with the others as much, but she needed somewhere to live, and they were short on time. She moved in, and everything seemed fine for a few days. Then, one night, after Mom had moved out, things took a horrific turn. The girl who had moved into Mom's old room was alone in the house when it happened. It was the middle of the night when the break-in occurred, though I don't remember the exact details of the time. What I do remember is that the girl was found the next morning, traumatized beyond belief. She had been assaulted in her sleep, a brutal, violent attack that left her shaken, terrified, and completely broken. The other girls in the house, upon hearing what had happened, immediately contacted the police. The police were quick to investigate, and soon enough, the man who had been breaking into the house on several occasions, stealing clothing, moving things around, leaving no evidence, was caught. They called him the bedsit rapist. He had been targeting young women living in shared housing, stalking them, breaking in, and stealing their clothing before assaulting them. It was then that the police contacted my mom. They had an unnerving revelation. They believed that he had been stalking her, that he had been watching her for a while. Mom didn't know it at the time, but the man had been breaking into the house for weeks before he attacked the girl who had moved into her room. The police said he had been targeting her specifically, and they even suspected that he had taken some of her clothing, perhaps as trophies. They told her that he hadn't realized she had moved out, and when the new girl moved into her room, he mistook her for Mom. That's when he attacked. Mom said she felt a cold rush of fear wash over her when they explained it. It was as though a weight had dropped on her chest, a suffocating realization that this man, this predator, had been so close to her. He had been stalking her, following her, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was an unsettling thought, and it still chills her to this day. The thing that haunts her the most, though, was the sense of powerlessness. She hadn't noticed the signs, the strange occurrences, the missing items. She had assumed it was just one of her housemates, or that she had misplaced things. How could she have known that someone was watching her, waiting for the opportunity to break in? How could she have known that the man who was stealing her clothes was the same person who would eventually violate someone else in the worst way possible? For years, my mom carried that knowledge with her. It affected the way she viewed her surroundings, the way she thought about safety and trust. It made her more cautious, more aware of the things happening around her. But even with all that caution, she couldn't escape the feeling that it could have been her. She told me that when she moved into a new place, she locked every door, checked every window, and made sure there were no signs of anyone trying to get in. But the memories of that time still lingered in her mind. The girl who was attacked was never the same after that night. She left the university soon after, unable to deal with the trauma. Mom never heard from her again, but she often thought about her, wondered how she was coping, whether she ever found a way to move on from what had happened. It broke Mom's heart to think of it. And for me, the story took on an even deeper meaning when I realized the full weight of what had happened. I walked through the same halls, sat in the same lecture theaters, and crossed the same paths my mom had. But now, I had her story in my mind every time I walked home late at night, or when I stayed in shared housing for the first time. It made me wonder if I was safe, if anyone around me could be hiding something sinister, if there were people watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Mom's story, the one she had told me so casually, would never leave me. The knowledge that someone had been so close to me, stalking my mother, made me see the world a little differently. It made me more aware of the things I couldn't see, the people who might be out there, blending in with the crowd. The terror that my mom had felt, not knowing that she was being targeted, not understanding the full scope of what was happening until it was too late, became my own fear. Even now, when I think back on that story, it chills me to the bone. I can't imagine what it must have been like for Mom, knowing that someone had been watching her, waiting to strike, and how close she had come to being the victim of something terrible. The fact that it was the girl who moved into her room, the girl who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, is what makes it all the more haunting. The man who did it was caught, but the damage was done. The fear, the paranoia, the never-ending thought of who might be lurking just out of sight, it never truly goes away. I don't think my mom ever truly got over it. She learned to live with it, to carry it with her as part of her life story. But it was something that stayed with her, as it stays with me now. It's a reminder that the world is not always as safe as we think it is, and sometimes the danger is much closer than we realize. I remember when my mom first told me this story. I was only 10 years old, but it left a lasting impression on me. The way she told it, I could feel the fear and the relief in her voice, as if she was still processing everything, even years later. It was a cautionary tale, she said, to remind me that we could never fully trust anyone, not even close friends or family. And looking back, I get why she was so adamant about teaching me that lesson. I didn't know then, but I understand now. My mom had come to Los Angeles from Mexico in the 70s. She didn't know anyone here, and her life was lonely. She worked at the Omni Hotel, cleaning rooms with a group of other women. It was tough, but she was used to hard work. She didn't mind, though. She was young, determined to make a new life for herself. But loneliness, that was a different kind of weight. She didn't have family here, just a few acquaintances who made her feel like she could get by. That was when she met the woman from work. The woman seemed friendly at first, offering to show my mom around the city. My mom didn't have much experience with Los Angeles, and she was excited at the thought of making a new friend. This woman, I'll call her Laura, had been working at the hotel for a while, and my mom was eager to get to know the city better, so she welcomed the offer. Laura was kind, or at least that's how my mom saw it in the beginning. She was generous with her time, inviting my mom to go out to eat, to see different parts of the city, to explore areas my mom had never dared venture to on her own. Laura seemed to understand the struggle my mom faced, being in a new country, away from family, feeling isolated. She would listen to her, laugh at her jokes, and make my mom feel like she belonged. But as the weeks passed, things began to feel off. My mom, being a cautious woman by nature, started noticing little things about Laura that made her uneasy. Laura had a way of getting things she didn't buy, things that didn't belong to her. She was always talking about how she managed to get free stuff from work. She'd casually mention how she grabbed a bottle of perfume from a store, or how she'd slipped some clothes into her bag without anyone noticing. The way she spoke about it wasn't like someone admitting to something wrong. She said it with a kind of pride, like it was a game, a challenge she always won. It didn't sit well with my mom, especially when Laura mentioned that she'd taken some things from my mom's apartment. Little things, like some jewelry, a bottle of perfume my mom had just bought. My mom didn't want to believe it at first, but the feeling of being watched, the way things seemed to disappear, made her suspect that Laura wasn't just forgetful or absent-minded. She was taking things, but what could my mom do? She didn't want to start trouble, and she didn't want to be alone. She needed someone, anyone, to make her feel less isolated. Then there was Laura's boyfriend. I don't think my mom ever liked him, but she tolerated him because Laura was her only real friend. This man was a piece of work, a massive, overbearing jerk who made my mom feel small and uncomfortable every time they were around him. He would stare at her when she wasn't looking, and even when she was, he made her skin crawl with the way his eyes lingered. He never said anything directly, but the way he looked at her made it clear he thought she was something less than human. And worst of all, he was a sexist, the kind of man who thought women were good for nothing but serving men like him. My mom learned that he had a history, criminal, violent. He had been involved in robberies, and my mom knew he was dangerous. She heard rumors that he carried a gun, though she never saw it. There was something in the way he walked, the way he carried himself, like he was untouchable. My mom didn't trust him at all. She told me once that she always felt like he was waiting for the right moment to do something bad. He was the kind of person who made the air feel heavier, more dangerous. Despite all this, my mom stayed in touch with Laura. She didn't know how to cut ties with someone who seemed so eager to be her friend. She didn't want to feel even more alone. She didn't want to seem ungrateful, so she kept meeting with Laura, kept seeing her and her boyfriend, even though every time she did, the tension grew. Then one night, things took a turn. Laura and her boyfriend invited my mom to dinner. She agreed, though a part of her felt uneasy. They went to a restaurant, and at first, everything seemed fine. It was a normal dinner. The food was decent, the conversation light, but my mom felt that old feeling of discomfort creeping in as the night wore on. After dinner, they drove around the city. My mom didn't mind at first. She was getting to see more of LA, places she hadn't been before. But then, the drive went on longer than she expected, and she started feeling nervous. Laura suggested they stop for some donuts, so they parked in front of a 24-hour donut shop. Laura said she would go in to buy them, and my mom and the boyfriend stayed in the car. As my mom sat there, she grew more and more anxious. Something about the situation didn't feel right. The boyfriend wasn't saying anything, but his presence made her feel trapped, like she couldn't escape. He was just sitting there, staring out the window, but his gaze kept shifting toward her. And then, without warning, he turned to her, his face twisting into something sinister. Before she could react, he reached for her, grabbing her arm. My mom froze. She knew in that moment that something was wrong, that this was not just some uncomfortable moment. She had heard enough about him, seen enough of his behavior, to understand what he was capable of. He wasn't just a creepy guy, he was dangerous. He tried to pull her closer, his hands too strong, too rough. My mom could feel his hot breath on her neck, and the panic started to rise inside her. She fought back, pushing him away with all the strength she could muster. She didn't care about being polite anymore. She didn't care if he got angry. She knew she had to escape, and she wasn't going to let him hurt her. But the boyfriend was relentless. He grabbed her arm again, trying to pull her into him, and that's when my mom's survival instincts kicked in. She wrenched her arm away and bolted from the car. It was dark, the streets of downtown LA unfamiliar and harsh. But she didn't care. She ran, her heart pounding in her chest, not knowing where she was going, just knowing that she had to get away from him. She didn't stop running until she reached a street she recognized. Her lungs burned, her legs were cramping, but she didn't care. She had escaped. She found a payphone and called a friend, someone she could trust. She couldn't go back to her apartment, not with that man and his girlfriend out there. So she moved. She packed up what little she had and found a new place to live, far from the people who had made her feel unsafe. As for Laura, she never showed up to work again. No one ever heard from her. My mom didn't know if she'd run off with her boyfriend, or if something had happened to her. But she never tried to reach out to my mom again. My mom was left with a deep sense of betrayal. She had trusted Laura, trusted her enough to let her into her life, to show her a city she didn't know. But Laura had been using her, drawing her in, preparing her to be handed over to someone worse. My mom realized that everything about that friendship had been a lie, a manipulation from the start. That's why my mom told me this story. She wanted me to understand how easily we can be deceived, how trust can be used as a weapon. She taught me to always be aware, to never let my guard down completely, even with people who seem kind or friendly. She had learned that the hard way, and it stuck with me. Now, when I think about her telling me this story, I can hear the tremor in her voice, the weight of her experience. She wasn't just telling me a story from her past. She was passing on a lesson, a warning for life. And I've never forgotten it. I work for a museum in what's supposedly one of the most haunted towns in America. It's a town where you can feel the history in the air, especially when you walk past the old buildings that have stood the test of time, though not always for the right reasons. The museum where I work is in the center of it all, nestled between cobblestone streets that have seen more than their fair share of oddities over the years. I've always been skeptical of ghost stories and urban legends, but I can't deny there's something unsettling about this town. One of the most famous spots in town, and the one that brings in the most curious visitors, is the old asylum just on the outskirts. Now, it's still used for various things by the local university staff, but it's mostly abandoned otherwise. The building itself is massive, crumbling in some places, yet still somehow imposing. The windows, covered in grime and peeling paint, look like eyes that haven't seen anything good in a long time. The walls are dotted with cracks, and the once pristine brickwork is now chipped and uneven. This asylum, like many old institutions, has a storied history. There are tales about it being a place of suffering, and there's even talk about the kinds of treatments they used on patients back in the day, things that even now make you shudder. But among the staff, the story that gets passed around the most is one about a mysterious stain in one of the rooms. It's always referred to as the stain, as if it's some entity in itself, something you shouldn't get too close to. People usually brush it off as part of the local lore. Urban legends, exaggerated for effect after years of drunken storytelling by college students on late-night excursions. The type of thing you expect to hear when you're stumbling home from a bar, passing around a few tall tales to make the night more interesting. When I first heard about the stain, I didn't think much of it. Sure, there's a stain, but it's probably just a bit of water that's soaked in after years of neglect. Maybe some kind of old spill that no one bothered to clean up. Nothing to worry about. As part of the museum staff, I'm one of the people who helps lead the asylum tours. The tours are a regular part of our business, a mix of history and thrill-seeking. Some folks are genuinely interested in the building's past, while others are just here for the spooky stories. I've had my share of people asking me about the stain, but I always brush them off with a casual, "Oh yeah, the stain, it's just something they like to joke about." For most of the tours, that's as far as it goes. But being part of the museum staff comes with some perks. I've had the opportunity to go behind the scenes, to access parts of the building that aren't open to the public. Most of the time, it's to grab materials for exhibits or to look through old photographs and documents stored in the deeper sections of the asylum. But every now and then, I find myself in those rooms, the ones that aren't part of the regular tour circuit. The rooms that no one really talks about much. The ones with history that no one's particularly eager to uncover. I can still remember the first time I went into that room, the one where the stain is said to be. It was on a quiet afternoon when the museum was slow, and I was asked to retrieve some old documents from a storage area in the asylum. I was alone, just me and the quiet, eerie silence of the building. The air was musty, thick with dust and the scent of decay. I'd walked through these halls 100 times, but this time felt different. The floors creaked beneath me as I moved down the long corridor, and the light from the old fixtures seemed to flicker, casting strange shadows on the walls. I had a key to the area, and as I turned the handle to that particular room, I couldn't help but feel a strange unease creeping up my spine. The door opened with a groan, and I stepped inside. Immediately, I could feel the difference in temperature. It was colder in here, even though the rest of the building wasn't exactly warm. I didn't think much of it at the time. Old buildings have drafts, after all. But something about the room didn't sit right. It was more than just the chill. I moved toward the back, where the documents were kept, but something caught my eye. There, in the center of the room, was the stain. The infamous stain. At first, I thought it was just water. Maybe the ceiling had leaked, or the pipes had burst again. Something simple like that. But as I stepped closer, I realized it wasn't just water. The stain was too dark, too viscous. It had spread across the floor in a large, irregular shape, and the color was off. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained away so easily. There was something wrong about it, something that made my stomach turn. I knelt down closer now, and I could see that the floor around the stain was warped. The concrete, which was already old and cracked, had been affected by whatever this was. There was a slickness to the surface that made me hesitate to touch it, even though my curiosity was pushing me forward. The stain was large, much bigger than I had imagined. It stretched across the floor, creeping up the walls in certain places like something that had been left to seep in over time. I don't know why, but I reached out to touch it. Maybe I thought it was some kind of illusion, something the old building was playing tricks on me with. But as soon as my fingers brushed the surface, I recoiled. The texture was wrong. It felt wet, but not in the way water should. It was thicker, almost like tar, but it didn't have the same kind of consistency. And there was a smell, something foul, something rotten that filled my nose and made my stomach churn. That's when I remembered the story, the one about the young woman, the one that people dismiss as a tale to scare students. The story that, up until now, I thought was just an exaggeration. Apparently, back in the early 1900s, there had been a patient at the asylum, a young woman who had gone missing one winter. The staff searched for her, but she never turned up. Winter dragged on, and the authorities thought that she had simply wandered off or maybe been lost somewhere outside. But then, in early March, the smell started. A putrid stench that made its way through the building, something so foul that it couldn't be ignored. The asylum staff investigated and traced the smell to a part of the building that had been closed off for construction. That's when they found her, decaying in one of the rooms, with her arms crossed over her chest, as if she had simply lain down to rest. She had been dead for months. Her body, frozen in the winter air, had slowly rotted away, and by the time they found her, all that was left was a grotesque, decaying mess. The fluids from her body had seeped into the floor, staining it permanently. At the time, no one spoke much of it, but the stain remained. That stain was the woman's death, the reminder of something tragic and forgotten by most. As I stood in that room, looking at the dark, thick stain beneath my feet, I couldn't shake the image of that poor woman. I couldn't stop thinking about what she must have gone through, trapped in that cold room, alone, and decaying for months. I didn't want to be there anymore. I wanted to leave, to get away from that room, but I had to finish what I came for. I grabbed the documents as quickly as I could, but the memory of the stain lingered in my mind, gnawing at me. From that day on, I found myself thinking about the woman constantly. The stain never seemed to go away, no matter how many times I went in to grab materials or check on things. Each time I saw it, it was the same, dark, viscous, unnatural. A permanent reminder of something tragic, something forgotten by time, but still very much alive in the floor beneath me. I don't talk about it to the other staff. Most of them still brush it off as a bit of folklore, a story to tell to scare the tourists. But I know better now. I've seen it with my own eyes, and the stain, whatever it is, has a presence. It's not just water, or some leak, or some old spill. It's something else, something darker. And now, every time I walk through those halls, I can't help but wonder if I'm being watched by something. Not a ghost, not a spirit, but something real. Something that knows the truth of what happened in that room all those years ago. Something that's tied to that stain forever. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I don't think so. Freshman year of college was supposed to be an exciting time. I was living in the dorms, meeting new people, getting used to the campus, and adjusting to the new rhythm of life away from home. But there was something off about my roommate, Kevin. I don't know if it was the way he carried himself, the strange hours he kept, or the fact that he always seemed to be in his own world. Whatever it was, I could never quite put my finger on it, but it made me uncomfortable. Kevin had a strange habit. He would frequently tell me he was going fishing. I thought it was odd at first because we lived on a campus that was miles away from any sort of lake or river. The nearest fishing spot was at least 30 miles away, and I don't even think he had a car. Still, he would leave our dorm room, his fishing rod in hand, and disappear for about 30 minutes at a time. He never did it in front of me, but when he came back, he always smelled different. His eyes were bloodshot, and his movements were slower than usual. It was clear something was off, but I never had the courage to confront him about it. I didn't mind much at first. As long as he wasn't doing drugs in our room, I figured it wasn't really any of my business. But then there were the days when he would come back from his fishing trips and just crash on the couch in our room. He'd sleep for hours, barely moving. I began to wonder if he was even really fishing at all. It didn't make sense. There was no place to fish anywhere nearby, and yet he always came back with the same glazed-over look in his eyes. One afternoon, Kevin told me he was going fishing again, but this time, he said he was going with a few friends. They were supposed to be back in a couple of hours, but around 20 minutes after he left, I heard a loud pounding on our dorm door. At first, I thought it was just someone knocking, but then the door swung open, and two guys I didn't recognize, walked in with Kevin in tow. They were carrying him between them, struggling to keep him upright as they dragged him into the room. I froze for a moment, unsure of what was happening. One of the guys spoke to me, his voice low and tense. "We had to bring him back," he said, clearly frustrated. He passed out. "He's been out for a while, man." They let go of Kevin, and he collapsed onto the floor in front of me, his body limp and unresponsive. "What the hell happened?" I asked, though I already had a sinking feeling I knew the answer. "We had to carry him back," one of them repeated. "Just don't tell the RA, all right? He's already on probation. We don't need any more trouble." Without waiting for a response, the two guys turned and left, slamming the door behind them. I stared down at Kevin, who was still lying motionless on the floor. My heart raced, and panic started to creep in. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if he was just asleep, or if something was seriously wrong. I knelt down beside him and shook him gently, hoping he would wake up, but there was nothing. His body was cold, and he didn't move at all. That's when I started to get scared. I splashed some cold water on his face, trying to rouse him, but it was useless. I had no idea how much time had passed since he'd collapsed, but I knew something wasn't right. I had to act fast. I called campus police, my hands shaking as I explained the situation. I could barely get the words out, but somehow I managed. I ran down the hall to get the RA, hoping she would know what to do. The RA arrived in minutes, and we both rushed back to our room. By the time we got there, campus police had already arrived. They rushed past me and immediately began checking Kevin for signs of life. They were calm, but I could see the concern in their eyes as they started to perform CPR on him. It felt like hours went by as I stood in the corner, watching them work. There were so many people in our small room now, more officers and some paramedics who had been called in for backup. They kept working on Kevin, trying to get him breathing again. The whole time, I just stood there, helpless, praying that he would wake up. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Kevin took a deep breath, his chest rising. He coughed violently and gasped for air. His eyes fluttered open, and for a moment, I thought he was going to be okay. But then, as if something snapped in him, he suddenly bolted upright, his fists clenched. He started shouting at everyone in the room, swearing at the officers and even at me. His eyes were wide and wild, and his face was flushed with rage. I stepped back, feeling my heart hammer in my chest. The officers quickly stepped in, holding him down as he struggled against them. His body was shaking, his mind still clearly lost in whatever drug he'd taken. They had to restrain him while they checked his vitals again, and for a moment, I thought he might lash out at me. He kept glaring at me, his fists clenched tightly, as though he wanted to strike me. It was as if he was mad at me for saving him. The cops finally managed to calm him down enough for him to stop fighting. They told me later that if I hadn't acted as quickly as I did, Kevin would have died. I couldn't even process that information at the time. I just felt numb. They left shortly after, taking Kevin with them to the hospital to get him checked out. I didn't know what would happen next, but I couldn't stop thinking about that look he gave me when he realized what had happened. His bloodshot eyes were filled with confusion, anger, and something else. I don't even know how to describe it, but it was the last time I would ever see him. A few weeks later, I found out that Kevin was expelled from school. Apparently, he had been on probation for drug use, and this incident only made things worse for him. I thought that was the end of it. I tried to move on, focusing on my classes and the rest of my freshman year. But then, 5 months later, I got a text. The message was from Kevin. It was short, but the words sent a chill down my spine. Asterisk, you ruined my life. You'll pay for this. Asterisk. I don't know what I was expecting, but I definitely wasn't prepared for that. I didn't reply to the message. I didn't want to get involved in whatever he was threatening. It felt like a warning. I wasn't sure if he was serious or just angry, but it scared me. As the years passed, I didn't hear from Kevin again. I continued with my life, but every once in a while, that message would pop into my mind, and I'd wonder if he was still out there, still angry, still blaming me for what happened. It's been 6 years now, and nothing has happened. Kevin didn't come after me, and as far as I know, he didn't try to follow through on his threats. I've tried to forget about that night, but it lingers in the back of my mind, reminding me of how close we came to losing him. I don't know where Kevin is now, and I'm not sure I ever want to know. But I learned something important that day. Sometimes, doing the right thing isn't always easy. And sometimes, the consequences of that choice can be harder to bear than you expect. But in the end, I know I did the right thing. I saved his life. Adrian Schoolcraft's story haunted me in ways I couldn't put into words for a long time. It wasn't like the typical scares I was used to, like the ones from the woods or something you hear in a ghost story. No, this was something far worse because it felt real, like it could happen to anyone, and it left me with a knot in my stomach that just wouldn't go away. It all started with Adrian doing what he believed was the right thing. He was a cop, working in the 81st Precinct in Brooklyn, trying to make a difference, working his shift like anyone else. But he saw things that were wrong, that didn't sit right with him. Corruption, misconduct, things no one was supposed to know about, but everyone turned a blind eye to. He had a sense of duty, so he did what anyone with a conscience might do. He reported it. Adrian wasn't some rookie who was in over his head. He had been on the force for years. He knew the dangers of calling out corruption in a department, but this was different for him. It wasn't just some minor issue, it was major. It was systemic. It was the kind of thing that needed to be exposed, even if it meant risking everything. He filed his complaint with the Internal Affairs Division, and that's where everything began to spiral out of control. Instead of the investigation Adrian was expecting, the backlash was swift and terrifying. The moment his complaint hit the desk, things started to feel off. It wasn't long before his fellow officers started acting differently around him. They watched him, and he could feel their eyes on him in ways that made his skin crawl. But it wasn't just the cold looks. It was the whispers, the subtle jabs, the knowing stares that lingered a little too long. It wasn't just the shift in behavior. It was like something darker was at play. And then came the night when things escalated beyond anything he had imagined. Adrian had been at home, trying to lay low, trying to figure out what to do next, when he heard something that sent chills up his spine. He wasn't sure what it was at first. It was just a faint sound from his hallway, a creak, a shuffle, a noise he couldn't quite place. He was used to the sounds of the old building, but this one felt wrong. The door to his apartment had been quietly cracked open, but there was something more unsettling about the fact that it wasn't all the way open. The space was just enough for someone to slip in without him hearing, or so he thought. His heart raced in his chest, a slow, mounting panic that made it hard to breathe. He thought about calling the cops, but he didn't. Not yet. He stood, frozen, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. Seconds felt like hours as the anxiety piled on top of him. Then, the door opened fully. They weren't even trying to be discreet anymore. He recognized the heavy footsteps. He recognized the voices that were muffled but familiar. It was them, the cops from his precinct. They had come for him. The first thing he noticed was the fake concern in their voices. They greeted him with words meant to sound comforting, but Adrian knew better than to fall for it. They were there for something else entirely. He heard the shuffling of their boots on the floor, their laughter spilling over into the space like they were enjoying the situation. "We're here for your health, Adrian," one of them said in a tone that dripped with sarcasm. "We just need to check on you. You've been under a lot of stress, haven't you?" Adrian didn't respond. He didn't need to. His mind was spinning, and everything inside him screamed to get out of there. But the door was blocked. He wasn't going anywhere. The room felt smaller as the officers moved in. Their presence seemed to fill every inch of space, and the air felt suffocating. They were talking, laughing amongst themselves, but Adrian barely heard it. All he could think about was the recording. The tape recorder he had hidden in plain sight. The one he hoped would catch them, would catch everything. He had always been smart about these things. But would it be enough? The moment they saw it, everything changed. One of the officers spotted the recorder, sitting there on the table, a small, innocuous device. Too small to be of any concern, but in that moment, it was the biggest thing in the room. It was the thing that would expose them. They knew immediately. At first, they laughed it off. "You think this will help you?" one of them said, picking it up and tapping it against his hand. "This isn't going to save you." Adrian stood there, his breath catching in his throat. He had thought he was prepared for this, but nothing could prepare him for the way they started to look at him, the way they sized him up like he was a problem to be fixed, a loose end that needed tying up. He didn't get a chance to explain himself. They were already moving, already too far gone. They swarmed him, grabbing his arms, pulling him into the hallway. He struggled, his mind racing, but it was no use. He was outnumbered, and there was no one there to stop them. What happened next felt like a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. They took him out of his apartment and shoved him into the back of a van. The doors slammed shut, and everything went dark. His hands were cuffed behind his back, and the cold metal felt like a mockery of the badge he had once worn with pride. It didn't take long for Adrian to realize where they were taking him. They drove in silence for what felt like hours, the only sound the hum of the engine. He tried to keep his mind sharp, but fear clouded his thoughts. Where were they going? What were they going to do to him? When they finally arrived, Adrian was dragged out of the van and into a facility that was so sterile. It felt like a place designed to strip away everything that made a person feel human. It was a psychiatric hospital. The next few days were a blur. They told him that he was being held for his own safety, that they were concerned about his mental health. They called it paranoia, but Adrian knew the truth. This wasn't about his mental state. This was about silencing him. This was about making sure he couldn't tell anyone what he had seen, what he had reported. He wasn't crazy. He was a whistleblower. Inside the hospital, he was locked in a small, white room. The walls felt like they were closing in on him, but what terrified him more was the way the staff treated him. They watched him closely, always observing, as if waiting for him to crack. But he didn't. He couldn't let himself. For weeks, Adrian was trapped in that place, surrounded by people who saw him as nothing more than a patient. No one believed him. The doctors just nodded and made notes on their clipboards. But Adrian wasn't delusional. He knew what was happening, and he was determined to get out. It wasn't until he discovered the second tape recorder, hidden beneath the floorboards, that everything changed. He had always been meticulous, and this second recorder was his safety net. It was a backup, a last-ditch effort to ensure that if everything went wrong, someone would hear his story. He had hidden it there weeks ago, just in case. And now, as he listened to the tapes, he realized just how close he had come to disappearing forever. The recordings revealed everything. The corruption, the lies, the men who had taken him and tried to break him. He could hear their voices, clear as day, talking about the way they had set him up, laughing at how easily they had convinced everyone he was crazy. But it was all there, in the tapes, proof that everything Adrian had said was true. Adrian knew he had to get out, and he had to get the tapes to someone who would listen. His escape wasn't easy. He had to rely on the one person who still believed in him, his father. His dad had been calling every day, trying to find him, wondering where he had gone. But no one would give him answers. Adrian's father was the one who finally raised enough of a stir to get him out. It wasn't just the police that had ignored Adrian's cries for help. It was the system itself, working against him at every turn. But with his father's persistence, the doors of the hospital finally opened. Adrian walked out, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. He was free, but it wasn't over. The fight was just beginning. He took the tapes, and he started reaching out to people who would listen. It wasn't easy, but slowly, he found someone who cared. Someone who would help him bring the truth to light. The recordings were all the proof he needed, and they couldn't be ignored. But the scariest part of all wasn't the way the cops had treated him, or the way the hospital had tried to break him. No, the scariest part was realizing just how easily someone could disappear. How easily the system could swallow you whole, and no one would ever know. And that thought, the thought that anyone could just vanish without a trace, was the thing that haunted him long after the tapes were made public, long after his name became known. It was a story of corruption, but it was also a story about survival. Adrian didn't just survive because of luck. He survived because he refused to let them win. And that was the one thing they couldn't take from him. I can still remember the weight of that day, though my memories of it feel fractured. My second pregnancy wasn't like the first, full of joy and anticipation. It was a blur of doctors, needles, and anxiety. The preeclampsia had come out of nowhere and hit me hard. I'd been feeling a little off here and there, but nothing to make me think that something was seriously wrong. Then came the blood pressure spikes, the swelling, the nausea, and the incessant headaches. It wasn't a slow build. It was sudden, like someone flipped a switch in my body. It was clear. My body couldn't handle another minute of pregnancy. The baby had to come out. So there I was lying on the operating table, my body feeling like it belonged to someone else. They'd already given me the spinal block, so I couldn't feel anything from the chest down. I could only feel my face, my chest, the subtle rise and fall of my breathing, but everything below was numb. It was supposed to be routine, another C-section. I'd been through it once before, though under different circumstances, and I had faith in my doctor. She was a pro, and she wasn't rattled by much. Her calm voice kept me grounded as she and the team joked about the latest trends in TV shows and random bits of news. The chatter should have comforted me, but instead I felt detached, like I was fading into the background. I should have been excited. I should have wanted to see my baby as soon as he was born. But instead, I felt this overwhelming sense of fatigue, as if every muscle, every fiber of my being was pleading for sleep. The exhaustion wasn't just physical, it was a deep, soul-draining weariness that wrapped around my mind and squeezed. My body wanted to shut down, to just float away, and I couldn't understand why. It was as if the very act of being awake was a struggle. The room seemed to quiet as the procedure went on. I don't know if anyone had stopped talking, or if I was just so focused on the overwhelming pull of sleep that I lost track of time. But it was as if I had been transported somewhere else entirely. I didn't feel tethered to the operating table anymore. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel anything except this profound sense of peace, a kind of relief I had never experienced before. The chaos of life, the worries, the stress, the constant nagging of responsibilities, they were all gone. There was nothing left but this strange, peaceful emptiness. I was floating, not physically, not in the sense that I could move, but I was no longer grounded in the room. My consciousness seemed to lift, and I felt like I was hovering a few feet above the table. It was hard to describe, but it wasn't like the sensation of dreaming or being half asleep. It wasn't a hallucination either. It was more like my mind had simply checked out of everything around me. The sensation was blissful, peaceful, so much so that I had no desire to return to the world below. There was no urge to see my baby, no sense of urgency to do anything. I wasn't aware of anyone around me. I wasn't even sure if I had opened my eyes, or if I had simply felt like I was looking down at everything from a distance. I wasn't happy, not in the way people typically describe joy, but it wasn't sadness either. It was something else, a profound feeling of contentment, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. A sensation that I couldn't explain or even put into words, but it was pure. In that moment, everything felt perfect, like I had been released from the constant burden of living. Then it happened. It was so sudden that I didn't know what to make of it at first. The room, which had been silent and calm, erupted in chaos. I heard the doctor's voice, a sharp, frantic, "OHSHIT." It wasn't directed at me, but it sent a jolt through my body. I felt the prick of something cold being injected into my fore, and suddenly, it was like a gunshot went off in my head. A sharp, painful noise that rattled every nerve in my body. The blissful fog I had been floating in shattered, and I was yanked back down into my body, back down into the table. It wasn't a gentle return. It was like being dropped from a great height, the air rushing past me as I fell. The world was loud now, overwhelmingly loud. Machines beeped, voices rang out, and I could feel my body again, but it wasn't a comforting feeling. I felt cold, like my body was frozen. My muscles, which had been relaxed and at ease just moments before, were now shaking uncontrollably. I was trembling so violently that I couldn't control it. I couldn't stop it. My body was seizing, and I couldn't understand why. I had no idea what had just happened. I had no memory of the moment before, only that peaceful, blissful feeling that now seemed so far away. I was suddenly thrust back into reality, into the bright lights of the operating room, with the unmistakable feeling of panic creeping up my spine. The next few hours are a blur. I don't remember much. I don't remember being transferred to recovery, or the people who came in and out of the room. My mind was foggy, and all I could focus on was the shaking. It felt like it would never stop, like my body had been taken over by something I couldn't control. I don't even remember holding my baby right away. That part of it is all a blank. The first clear memory I have after that day was when the nurse came in the following morning. She had this calm, professional air about her, but her question threw me off. "Has the blood transfusion team been by yet?" she asked, and I remember staring at her, confused. "No," I replied, not understanding what she meant. She left the room, only to return with my doctor, who stood at the foot of my bed, looking somewhat sheepish. She apologized to me in a way that didn't quite match the gravity of what she was about to say. "You nearly died," she said, her voice steady but filled with an emotion I couldn't place. "You bled out during surgery. We were struggling to contain it, and you lost over half your blood volume. We didn't give you the transfusion until hours later." I sat there, frozen. I didn't understand how I could have been so oblivious to something so serious. How could I have felt so disconnected, so content, knowing that I had been on the brink of death? The next day, the nurses seemed almost surprised at how much better I looked. They commented on how strong I seemed, how I was able to get out of bed and walk around despite everything that had happened. They laughed, as if it was some joke that I didn't get. I didn't understand why they found it funny that no one had told me I had been dying. Why hadn't anyone said anything? Why hadn't I been told? How had I made it through without any understanding of the danger I had been in? But the real terror came later, after the flood of questions subsided. It wasn't the physical recovery that rattled me. It was the deep, unsettling feeling that had settled in my chest. I know now that I experienced something that most people never get to feel, something that they might call peace or bliss in the face of death. But it wasn't the kind of peace that comes with closure. It wasn't the kind of peace that makes you feel like you've found your purpose in life. It was the kind of peace that makes you wonder if this life is even worth it at all. I'd been to the edge. I'd felt that sense of contentment, the kind of relief that you get when everything else falls away. And now, every day since then, I've been chasing that feeling, trying to find a way back to that quiet, blissful moment. But I can't. Nothing in this life compares to that sense of floating above it all, that pure, untainted calm. The reality of living feels so much harder now. It feels like I'm carrying a weight I don't understand, a burden that keeps me from fully embracing this life. I can't shake the feeling that I've already crossed over, that my real peace is waiting somewhere beyond, and that nothing in this world will ever make me feel the same way again. I'm still here though, still going through the motions, but I don't feel like I belong. Not in the way I used to, not in the way that others seem to, and I'm not sure I ever will again. I was in a relationship with a girl who worked at a youth mental hospital. She wasn't one of the therapists or psychiatrists, but a care worker who spent her days helping kids who had been through things I couldn't even begin to imagine. Her stories from the clinic always intrigued me, but after a while, they started to weigh heavily on me. The way she would describe the patients, some still in the midst of their battles with their minds, others just out of sheer desperation, made me realize how fragile the human mind could be. But there was one story she told me that I'll never forget, and honestly, it still haunts me to this day. One afternoon, as we were sitting in my living room, she leaned back against the couch, eyes staring blankly at the wall, her mind clearly elsewhere. I could tell she was working through something heavy, something she didn't want to tell me right away. But after a few moments of silence, she finally spoke, her voice low and almost distant. "There's one girl I'll never forget," she said, her words slow as if they were carefully weighing themselves in her mind. "Her story is, well, it's just tragic." I leaned in, my curiosity piqued. I had heard a lot of stories from her before, but this one sounded different, more serious. "The girl," she started, "was brought in after something. Well, it was a suicide pact. She and two other friends had planned to end their lives together. They were supposed to all jump in front of an Amtrak train at the same time. They picked a spot on the tracks, a place where the train passed regularly, and they'd set the day. They were all ready to go. But at the last moment, she pulled back. She paused, her voice catching, as though it pained her to even speak the words. The other two didn't. They went through with it. The train hit them both instantly. The girl, the one who pulled back, she watched it all. She saw her friends die in front of her. I could feel a chill creep up my spine. I didn't say anything, just let her continue. There was something about the way she spoke, the way the words weighed so heavily on her, that made me want to hear it all. She came to us a wreck. She was in shock, in denial, maybe even guilt. But mostly, she was just shattered. Her friends were gone, and she couldn't make sense of why she decided not to jump. Why her last-minute hesitation had cost her two friends their lives. She kept saying, "I should have jumped with them. I should have been with them." The guilt was consuming her. She couldn't understand why she was still alive while they were dead. I watched her closely, trying to understand what was going through her head as she spoke. There was a deep sadness in her eyes that hadn't been there before. It was clear she had seen some painful things in her line of work, but this was different. She was put on suicide watch after that, she continued, looking at me now, her face tight with the memory. They kept her there for weeks. She couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't do much of anything. The guilt, it was like a constant weight on her chest. The doctors worked with her, therapy, medication, but it was slow, very slow. It took months for her to show any kind of improvement. Slowly, she started to engage, to talk more openly about her feelings and her trauma. I'll never forget the day she told me she felt like she was starting to heal. Her eyes seemed to glaze over for a moment, remembering the girl, maybe picturing her face in her mind's eye. After a beat, she shook her head and let out a long sigh. "She got better," she said quietly. Eventually, after a couple of months, the doctors cleared her to go home. It was a big step. Her parents were there to pick her up. I remember her looking so hopeful for the first time in weeks. It was a good moment. I thought maybe, just maybe, things would turn around for her. She looked away from me now, her voice barely a whisper as she spoke the next part, like she didn't want to say it out loud. She was only home for about 15 minutes. Her mom went upstairs, and when she came back down, she found her daughter. She had hung herself in her bedroom. I froze. The words hit me like a punch in the gut. I couldn't move or speak for a moment. I just stared at her, trying to process what she had just said. She'd been through so much. She had worked so hard to heal. But in the end, the pain, the guilt, it was too much for her to carry. Her voice cracked slightly as she spoke the words, and I could hear the raw emotion in her tone. I could feel the room closing in on me. The weight of what she had just said was crushing. I thought about how fleeting life could be, how a person could be just fine one moment and completely shattered the next. I could see the picture in my head now, this girl, standing in her room, the weight of what she'd witnessed in that final moment of her life. The image haunted me. I couldn't sleep that night. The story kept running through my mind, like a broken record. I kept thinking about the girl, how she must have felt, alone in her mind, alone in that room, her thoughts spiraling into a place she couldn't escape. I couldn't stop wondering if there was something that could have been done differently. If only her friends hadn't gone through with it. If only she hadn't witnessed it. Would she have made it? Would she have been able to move on? The next few days felt strange, like the weight of her story was still hanging over me, lingering in the air like a storm cloud that wouldn't pass. I couldn't get her out of my head. I didn't know the girl, but the pain of what she went through was still there, like a scar on my soul that I couldn't ignore. I never asked my girlfriend for more details about the story. I didn't need to. I could feel the tragedy of it, the immense weight of that poor girl's life. What could have been if the pain hadn't taken over her mind? How many times do we push people to the edge without even realizing it? How many of us carry guilt, shame, and regrets that never quite go away? Over time, my girlfriend and I drifted apart. We both had our own battles to fight, our own stories to tell. But I never forgot about that girl. The one who couldn't live with what had happened. The one who couldn't find a way to forgive herself. I don't think I'll ever forget her. And in some strange way, her story has stayed with me, a reminder of how fragile we all are, how quickly everything can shatter. What happened to that girl, her life, her death, was real. The pain, the hopelessness, the weight of it all, it was real. And it still lingers with me, in ways I can't fully explain. I don't know if she ever found peace, but I can only hope that wherever she is now, she's no longer carrying that burden. That girl, she's the one I'll always remember, the one whose story will never leave me. It was a quiet afternoon, just like any other day in our small neighborhood. My mother was busy with household chores, and I was running around the house, getting into mischief, as most children do. I remember the moment like it was yesterday, though the memories are a little blurry now. I was 3 years old, full of energy, curious about everything around me, and never one to sit still for long. Our house was small but cozy, with windows that let in plenty of light, and the smell of fresh bread often filled the air. It was a peaceful place, tucked away on a quiet street, where neighbors knew each other's names and children played together in their yards. It was the kind of place where you felt safe, where nothing strange ever seemed to happen. But that day, something was off, though I couldn't have understood it back then. I remember how my mother would lock all the doors whenever she needed to get some work done. I never thought much about it at the time. I was too young to understand the reason behind it, and to me, it seemed like just another routine. The house felt big, and the thought of staying inside for too long always made me restless. So, as soon as my mother's attention drifted elsewhere, I would find ways to slip out and explore the world beyond our front door. That day, I noticed that the door to the back garden was locked again. I had always been curious about the world outside, and the back garden led to the yard of our neighbors, Lily and her family. Lily was about my age, and we would spend hours playing together, running around and making up games. She was always there, always laughing and talking with me. We had a special bond, even though I didn't know the meaning of death back then. I didn't understand when Lily's family said she was gone a few days earlier. All I knew was that she wasn't there to play anymore, and that made me sad in ways I couldn't put into words. I remember standing by the door, looking at the key that my mother had hidden out of my reach. I wasn't sure how I knew where it was, but somehow I found it. It was strange how easily I could find things when I really wanted to. The key was cold in my little hand, and I unlocked the door with a feeling of excitement mixed with a little bit of guilt. I remember being proud of myself for outsmarting my mother's precautions. The next thing I knew, I was outside, standing on the soft grass of the neighbor's garden. The air smelled fresh, the birds were chirping, and the sun was shining brightly overhead. I ran toward the familiar path that led to Lily's house, not really thinking about anything. It was as if I had forgotten that Lily was gone, or perhaps I had blocked it out, because as I walked toward the house, I felt like she was just around the corner, waiting to play with me. I spent what felt like hours out there, playing in the garden as if nothing had changed. I wasn't alone, of course. Lily was with me. We played with our dollies, just like we always did. I remember the dolls vividly, their soft, stuffed bodies, their button eyes, and their clothes that we would often dress and undress in our pretend world. Lily and I would talk to the dolls, make them dance, and tell them stories. It was so real to me, as if she had never left, and I was happy in that little world we created together. But the happiness didn't last long. My mother must have noticed that I was missing, or maybe she realized that the back door was unlocked. I can't say for sure, but I remember her face when she appeared at the edge of the garden, looking frantic, her eyes wide with fear. She called out my name, her voice shaky. I didn't respond right away. I was too busy playing. She called again, louder this time, and that's when I finally turned to face her. I don't remember the exact words she said, but I do remember the panic in her voice. She looked like she had seen a ghost, and I didn't understand why. I just smiled and told her that I was playing with Lily. "Lily?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Who's Lily?" I remember her eyes scanning the garden, almost like she was looking for something, or someone, that wasn't there. When I told her I was playing with my dollies, she seemed even more confused. I didn't understand why. To me, it was so simple. Lily and I always played with our dollies, so of course, she was there with me. Why wouldn't she be? My mother's face turned pale, and I could see the tears in her eyes. It was then that I realized something was wrong. She didn't look angry, just scared. She held me tightly and asked if I had been playing alone. I nodded, but I could see she didn't believe me. She pulled me inside quickly, and her voice was softer now, almost like she was trying to calm herself down. I could feel the tension in her hands as she gripped my arm, leading me back into the house. That's when she started filming. She was shaking as she held the camera, pointing it at me with one hand while her other hand clutched her chest. I remember hearing her whisper something under her breath, but I couldn't make out the words. I just smiled at the camera, holding up my dollies like I always did. I didn't understand why she was so upset. It wasn't until later, when my father came home, that I started to see the full picture. My mother showed him the video, and they both sat together, watching the footage. I could hear the concern in their voices, the way they whispered to each other as they looked at me on the screen, playing with my imaginary friend Lily. I didn't know at the time, but Lily had died just a few days before. I had no way of knowing, of course. I hadn't been told, and I hadn't seen her family since her passing. But there I was, talking to her like she was still alive. My parents were terrified. They thought I had somehow sensed Lily's death, though I had no way of knowing. The idea of it scared them more than anything. They couldn't understand how I was playing with someone who wasn't there. My father even suggested that we might need to have someone look at me, to make sure everything was okay. They didn't know what to make of it, and neither did I. As I grew older, I remember asking my mother about that day. She would tell me that she had been so frightened, not because of anything supernatural, but because I had behaved like Lily was still there. It was as if I had been in my own little world, unaware of the reality around me. My mother had filmed the entire thing, and when she played it back later, she said it made her feel even more uneasy. To see me so content, playing with my friend, who wasn't alive, left her feeling like something was wrong, something she couldn't explain. But as I grew up, I came to understand. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some mystical connection between me and Lily. It was simply my mind trying to hold on to the comfort of what I knew, even after Lily was gone. As a child, you don't really understand the permanence of death. To me, Lily was still there, still my friend, still part of the games we played together. Over time, the memory faded, but the video remained. My mother kept it, tucked away in an old box with other family memories. I never really asked to watch it again, and she never mentioned it unless I brought it up. I think she was still haunted by it, even as the years passed. I don't know if what happened that day was truly strange, or if it was just the way a child's mind works when faced with loss. My mother and father never spoke about it much, but I could see the fear in their eyes whenever it was mentioned. In the end, it wasn't about ghosts or spirits. It was just a child trying to hold on to something familiar in a world that was constantly changing. The video, though eerie, wasn't something supernatural. It was just a reminder of how, as children, we often can't grasp the meaning of things that adults understand all too well. For me, it was just another day of playing with a friend, oblivious to the world around me. But for my parents, it was a moment of fear and confusion that they would never forget. I got the job offer in April. It was with a small but growing company that was expanding into new regions, and they needed someone to set up the new satellite office. I'd worked with them before at one of their main branches and left on good terms, so when they reached out about the opportunity to manage a new location, I didn't hesitate. The idea of building something from the ground up was exciting, even if it meant long hours and handling everything from furniture deliveries to hiring staff. I was up for it. The new office was a modest space in a quiet business park. Nothing flashy, just a 2-story unit tucked between a dentist and a real estate office. I spent most of May setting things up. Desks, chairs, phones, internet, printers, utilities. Everything had to be arranged and tested before the real work could begin. Once the bones of the office were in place, the next priority was hiring a small team to run the day-to-day operations. We didn't need many people at the start, just a few essential roles, one of which was a receptionist. We posted the job in early June, and one of the first applicants to come in was her, Margaret. She must have been in her late 60s or early 70s. She wore a pale pink cardigan over a floral dress, her silver hair tied up in a neat bun, and she carried herself with a kind of old-fashioned grace. Her voice was soft, and she smiled the entire time we spoke. I remember thinking she reminded me of my grandmother. She had brought a small folder with printed copies of her resume, references, and even a handwritten letter explaining why she wanted the job. She said she had retired years ago, but found herself missing the routine and the little daily social interactions. Her husband, Jim, had been retired for decades, and their kids were all grown and moved away. She just wanted to get out of the house, she said, stay busy. We hired her on the spot. From the very first day, Margaret was the warm heart of the office. She greeted everyone with genuine enthusiasm. If you were having a rough morning, she'd somehow notice and place a warm cup of tea or a cookie on your desk without a word. She was always tidying, always organizing. She took pride in her little reception area like it was her living room, dusting the fake plants and straightening magazines no one ever read. But the thing everyone talked about the most was her baking. Almost every single day, Margaret brought in something sweet. Brownies, banana bread, oatmeal raisin cookies, muffins, lemon bars, sometimes more than one type. She'd say it was because her husband, Jim, had a sweet tooth, and she just couldn't scale down her recipes. She'd bake a big batch for the two of them and bring the extras to the office. She said she hated to see anything go to waste. It became a running joke that if you skipped breakfast, you could count on Margaret to make up for it. People would hover near her desk in the mornings, chatting with her while picking through whatever she had in that day's Tupperware container. She always had a new story about Jim. He said the funniest things, apparently. One morning, she told us he'd tried to fix the leaky kitchen faucet and ended up flooding the place. Another time, he supposedly got mad at their dog for barking too much and barked back, so loud the neighbors complained. The stories were never too wild, just funny and sweet. She made him sound like this lovable goofball, like some kind of sitcom husband who could never do anything right, but was always trying. You couldn't help but smile when she told her little stories. We never saw him, of course. I never even thought about it at the time. She mentioned that he didn't get out much, that he had some arthritis and hated going into town. That made sense. They were older, probably set in their ways. Some people don't socialize much past a certain point in life. She worked for us all through June and July. Never missed a day. Always early, always cheerful. Her desk was tidy, her handwriting was beautiful, and she kept detailed notes about everything. It was honestly a dream. I had a dozen more pressing concerns: staffing, marketing, onboarding clients, and never once had to worry about the front desk. She was just perfect. Then came August. The first time I noticed anything strange was after a long weekend. It had been the first Monday in August, I think. She didn't bring anything in that day. No cookies, no muffins. Just came in quietly, put her purse away, and got to work. That might not sound like much, but it was noticeable. A few people even asked if she was feeling okay. She smiled and said she'd just been tired, hadn't had time to bake. It happened a couple more times that week. Some days she brought in sweets, some days she didn't. No big deal, really, but it was enough to break the rhythm. Then she started showing up just a little later than usual. Still on time, technically, but not early like before. She seemed more tired, her eyes a little glassy, her smile not quite as wide. One day she was wearing the same cardigan she'd worn earlier that week, and I noticed a brown smudge near the sleeve. Looked like chocolate or something. Totally harmless on its own, but I remember thinking it was out of character. She was always so neat. That week, someone from the corporate office came by for a visit, just a routine check-in. After they left, I walked out to the parking lot to say goodbye, and as we were standing there chatting near the cars, I happened to glance at Margaret's vehicle. It was this old, pale blue sedan, the kind they don't really make anymore. Boxy, with dull chrome trim and a sagging back bumper. I noticed the rear end of the car was sitting low, like really low, like there was something heavy in the trunk. Again, it didn't register as anything serious at the time. Maybe she had bags of flour or some gardening stuff back there. Maybe Jim kept tools in the trunk. Who knows? People keep all kinds of things in their cars. Then, about a week later, everything changed. It was a Thursday afternoon, and I was about to head out for the day when I got a call from one of the other managers at the corporate office. He asked me if I could talk privately. I shut the door to my office and sat down. He told me that police had shown up at the main branch earlier that day looking for information about one of our employees, Margaret. Her adult children had filed a missing person report for their father, Jim. Apparently, they hadn't heard from him since Christmas. They'd been calling and emailing, and Margaret kept giving vague answers or avoiding their questions. They said it wasn't like their dad to go so long without reaching out, and they were worried something had happened. I was stunned. I told the manager that Margaret had never mentioned any issues. In fact, she'd talked about Jim constantly, made it sound like everything was fine. That was when he told me the police were going to visit her home and possibly speak to her the next morning. It was just routine at that point, no accusations, just a welfare check. That night I barely slept. I kept thinking about all the things she'd said, the stories about Jim, the baking, the sweet smile. None of it added up with what I'd heard. The next day, she didn't come in. Around 10 a.m., 2 detectives showed up at the office. They didn't stay long, just asked a few questions. When had we hired her? Did she seem unusual in any way? Had anyone seen her husband? I told them the truth. We'd hired her in June. She'd been the kindest, most reliable person we had. And no, none of us had ever seen her husband. By that evening, the news had broken. They'd searched her home and eventually her car. In the trunk, under layers of plastic wrap and an old rug, they found the remains of a man, dismembered and partially decomposed. It was Jim. From what the police pieced together, she had killed him on Christmas night, slit his throat while he was asleep, then used a hacksaw to cut him into smaller pieces. She rolled the parts up in a carpet, wrapped it in plastic, and kept him in the trunk of her car. They said the summer heat had accelerated the decomposition, and it was only a matter of time before someone noticed the smell or the sagging weight of the car. The most horrifying part wasn't just what she'd done, it was the timing. We had hired her in June. They found Jim's body in August. That entire time, while she was smiling and bringing us cookies, telling us stories about what Jim did last night, he had been dead, rotting, in the trunk of her car, parked right outside our office. I felt sick. I actually threw up when I got home that night. I couldn't stop thinking about the brownies, the muffins, her gentle voice. The sweet old woman we all loved had been coming to work each day with her husband's corpse in her trunk. She had looked us all in the eye, joked with us, handed out treats, all while hiding one of the most gruesome secrets imaginable. She was arrested that same weekend, charged with murder and abuse of a corpse. Her mugshot looked nothing like the woman we knew. She looked hollow, pale, completely detached, like a shell. They said she confessed without much prompting. She just said she'd had enough of him, that something snapped on Christmas. that she didn't want to go through another year with him. No passion, no rage, just emptiness. Her kids were devastated. They'd had no idea. I spoke with one of them briefly. He'd stopped by the office to collect some of her things. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Said she had always seemed a little off, but they never imagined this. After that, things at the office changed. People were quieter. The desk at reception sat empty for weeks. We didn't fill the position right away. No one wanted to sit there. I think we were all haunted, not just by what she did, but by how completely she had fooled us. It wasn't like in movies or shows, where killers are obvious or strange. She was just normal, kind, gentle. She wore cardigans and baked muffins. That made it so much worse. We all replayed every interaction, wondering if there had been some hidden sign we missed. Eventually, the company hired someone new, a younger woman, fresh out of college. She was sweet too, but different. Everyone was polite to her, but no one got close like they had with Margaret. That kind of innocence in the office was gone. I don't work there anymore. I left a few